Hey everyone! I'm here to make your day easier. If you're planning to drift off while watching this video, please remember to give it a thumbs up and subscribe. I'd also love to know where you're watching from and what time it is over there. Now, sit back, get cozy, and let yourself relax. Aftermath of World War II, setting the stage. In the cool, early morning light of 1945, as the sun rose over a scarred and battered Europe, the world was waking from a nightmare. The echoes of artillery and anguished cries had slowly faded, leaving behind a silence as heavy as the rubble strewn across city streets. This silence was not merely the absence of noise, it was a space filled with memories, grief, and a hesitant hope for a future that had to be built anew. In this moment of fragile calm, the stage was being set for a global struggle that would come to be known as the Cold War. Across Europe, cities lay in ruins. The majestic spires of once proud cathedrals were reduced to crumbling skeletons. The vibrant streets of Paris, Berlin, and Warsaw were lined with shattered dreams and broken windows. In these remnants of the past, ordinary citizens began the arduous task of rebuilding not only their homes but also their lives. Among the survivors were individuals whose personal stories of loss and resilience would mirror the tumult of an era marked by ideological collision. Families huddled together in bombed-out basements, whispering of loved ones lost and the uncertain promise of tomorrow. Yet, amid despair, there emerged a quiet determination, a commitment to revive culture, education, and a sense of belonging that war had nearly obliterated. In the United States, the mood was a mixture of relief and resolve. Victory in Europe and the Pacific had come at a staggering cost, but it had also propelled America into a position of unprecedented influence. Leaders and citizens alike recognized that the war's end signaled not just a cessation of conflict, but the beginning of a new chapter in global leadership. American factories, which had been churning out war materials, were now retooled for peacetime production. The economy, buoyed by the promise of a better future, was poised for rapid expansion. Yet, beneath the optimism lay an undercurrent of apprehension, an awareness that the ideological battle between democracy and totalitarianism was far from over. Half a world away, in the vast expanses of the Soviet Union, a different story was unfolding. The Red Army, having pushed through bitter winters and blood-soaked battlefields, returned home as both liberators and conquerors. Their march into Eastern Europe was seen by many as a triumphant act of reclaiming lands and spreading a new order. However, for the people living under Soviet influence, this was a period of uncertainty and fear. The promise of socialism was delivered with the heavy hand of control, and the people soon discovered that liberation under one banner could very well transform into oppression under another. The Soviet leadership, scarred by the devastation of war yet buoyed by their victory over Nazi tyranny, embarked on a mission to secure their sphere of influence, a mission that would soon define the global balance of power. The seeds of tension were sown at conferences held in grand, austere halls where world leaders gathered to decide the fate of nations. At Yalta and Potsdam, conversations that began with cautious cooperation gradually gave way to a more stark delineation of spheres of influence. The discussions, though filled with diplomatic rhetoric, were laced with an undercurrent of mistrust. Each leader left the table acutely aware that the alliances of wartime might soon dissolve into adversarial rivalries. In those high-stakes meetings, as leaders shook hands over freshly signed agreements, the future of international relations was being subtly reconfigured, setting the stage for an era defined by ideological confrontation rather than military might. As the dust settled and reconstruction began in earnest, the ideological divide between the United States and the Soviet Union became more pronounced. In American lecture halls and radio broadcasts, democracy and free market capitalism were championed as the engines of progress and liberty. The American narrative celebrated individual initiative, technological innovation, and the pursuit of happiness as fundamental rights. Conversely, in Soviet public squares and government pamphlets, the ideology of communism was heralded as the path to equality and social justice, a system that promised to liberate the working masses from the shackles of exploitation. These competing narratives were not merely political theories. They were blueprints for entire societies, and the battle to prove the superiority of one over the other had already begun. In the ruins of European cities, the scars of war were juxtaposed with ambitious plans for renewal. In West Germany, for instance, the Marshall Plan would soon inject millions of dollars into a struggling economy, symbolizing the tangible support of the United States for nations caught in the crossfire of ideology. Meanwhile, in the East, Soviet reconstruction efforts were often accompanied by strict political oversight and the imposition of socialist policies that would reshape every facet of life. The physical reconstruction of cities became a metaphor for the broader ideological reconstruction of societies, as both superpowers sought to imprint their visions on the lands they sought to influence. The atmosphere in this post-war world was one of both grief and renewal, a poignant reminder that every end was a beginning. In small villages, old traditions were revived as communities gathered to celebrate harvests and rebuild local schools. In the grand capitals, however, the focus shifted to forging national identities in a rapidly changing world. Intellectuals, artists, and writers found themselves at the forefront of this cultural renaissance, using their crafts to question, challenge, and ultimately shape the new order. Their works captured the collective yearning for a future where peace and progress might prevail, even as the looming specter of another ideological clash hung over the horizon. In the corridors of newly established government institutions, the leaders of the emerging superpowers laid the groundwork for policies that would influence global affairs for decades. In Washington, the voice of a nation confident in its values resonated in speeches that called for freedom and democratic governance as universal rights. In Moscow, state-run newspapers and radio broadcasts extolled the virtues of collectivism and the strength of a united people working towards a common goal. These contrasting visions would eventually lead to a covert arms race, intense espionage, and proxy wars that spanned continents. But at this moment, the focus was on the rebirth of nations and the reconstruction of societies ravaged by the horrors of war. The individual stories of courage and sacrifice were as significant as the grand political maneuvers. Consider the narrative of Elena, a young nurse from a small Russian town, who had witnessed the brutal loss of her family and yet found the strength to care for wounded soldiers and civilians alike. Her determination to heal not only physical wounds but also the shattered spirit of her community embodied the resilience that defined the era. In a parallel tale, Thomas, a veteran American soldier, returned home with deep scars, both visible and hidden. In the quiet hours of early morning, as he walked through the rebuilt streets of his hometown, he found solace in the belief that the sacrifice of millions had paved the way for a new dawn, one that promised to be free from the tyranny of conflict. Thus, as the world emerged from the ashes of World War II, it found itself at the crossroads of hope and apprehension. The reconstruction of physical structures was only the beginning. The real challenge lay in rebuilding the social and ideological fabric of society. This transformative period, marked by profound change and uneasy alliances, was the crucible in which the Cold War was forged. It was a time when the bitterness of the past met the uncertainty of the future, and every decision made in smoky backrooms and echoing lecture halls carried the weight of destiny. In this pivotal chapter of human history, the aftermath of World War II was more than just a conclusion to a global conflict. It was the opening act to a drama of epic proportions. The decisions taken in those early days would reverberate through the decades, shaping not only the politics of nations but the very essence of what it meant to live in a world divided by ideology and ambition. The scars of war, the resilience of the human spirit, and the relentless drive for a better tomorrow all converged to set the stage for the Cold War, a conflict that, while never erupting into full-scale fighting between the superpowers, would change the world forever. Emergence of the superpowers. As the dust of war began to settle, the global landscape was redrawn with new lines of power and influence. In the years following World War II, two nations emerged with an intensity that would redefine international politics for decades to come: the United States and the Soviet Union. Their paths were as different as they were destined to cross, setting the stage for an ideological showdown that would ripple through every corner of the globe. In the vast, industrious corridors of America, there was a palpable sense of optimism and determination. The United States, having mobilized a formidable industrial machine during the war, now found itself with an economy primed for transformation. Factories that had once churned out tanks and aircraft were swiftly repurposed to manufacture consumer goods, and bustling cities radiated the promise of a modern, prosperous society. American innovation was in full swing, spurred by a newfound confidence in the nation's ability to shape the future. Visionaries in science, technology, and industry found fertile ground for their ideas, leading to breakthroughs that would soon make the impossible possible. At the heart of this transformation was an unyielding belief in the power of individual enterprise. The American dream was not merely a slogan, it was a way of life, a philosophy that celebrated the freedom to innovate and the right to prosper. Across the country, people from all walks of life found themselves buoyed by the belief that hard work and ingenuity could overcome any obstacle. In a small Midwestern town, a young inventor named Samuel tinkered late into the night on what would eventually become a revolutionary household appliance. His quiet determination was echoed in boardrooms where business magnates strategized to expand American influence, and in the bustling labs of universities where scientific breakthroughs promised to catapult the nation into a new era. Half a world away, the Soviet Union was undergoing a transformation of its own, a transformation that was, by its nature, more austere, yet no less profound. In the sprawling, frost-bitten expanses of the Soviet heartland, the scars of a brutal war ran deep. The land, once vibrant with the colors of harvest and hope, was marred by the devastation of battle. Yet, in the midst of this hardship, there emerged an iron resolve to rebuild and to forge a society based on principles that diverged sharply from those celebrated in the West. Under the steady hand of Soviet leadership, the nation embraced the ideals of socialism with a fervor that sought to channel the collective strength of its people. The narrative was clear: individual ambition was secondary to the common good. In a series of grand public rallies and state-sponsored educational campaigns, the virtues of unity, discipline, and sacrifice were extolled. Factories were rebuilt not as symbols of corporate might, but as communal endeavors, testaments to the belief that every citizen had a role to play in the grand design of the socialist state. In one remote village near Moscow, a family of farmers who had endured the ravages of war found new purpose in joining a collective farm, their struggles and hopes woven into the fabric of a national vision that promised equality and shared prosperity. The divergent paths of these two superpowers were not merely economic or political, they were philosophical. In America, democracy and capitalism offered a model built on personal freedom and market-driven innovation. Public debates echoed in the halls of universities and local community centers, where citizens argued passionately about the merits of free enterprise and individual liberty. The vibrant press played a crucial role, its headlines and editorials championing the notion that an open society could flourish without the heavy hand of state control. Meanwhile, in the Soviet Union, the state itself was the engine of progress. Propaganda posters adorned public spaces with images of industrious workers and heroic soldiers, their messages reinforcing the idea that only through collective effort could the nation overcome its past and secure a future free of exploitation. Party officials traveled from village to village, their presence a constant reminder of the state's reach and its commitment to ensuring that every citizen contributed to the common good. This was a society where dissent was muted by the promise of stability and equality, and where the sacrifices of today were seen as investments in a brighter tomorrow. As both nations charted their own courses, the world watched with bated breath. Diplomatic cables, intercepted messages, and behind-the-scenes negotiations painted a picture of two rival visions, each convinced of its own righteousness. In American embassies and Soviet consulates scattered across the globe, representatives worked tirelessly to forge alliances, secure resources, and expand their respective spheres of influence. The United States reached out with open arms to war-torn Europe, offering aid and rebuilding efforts through initiatives like the Marshall Plan, a tangible demonstration of its commitment to a free and prosperous world. In contrast, the Soviet Union extended its influence over Eastern Europe, establishing governments that were bound by ideological and often coercive ties to Moscow. The tension between these burgeoning powers was not merely abstract. It was felt by individuals on both sides of the Iron Curtain. In Washington, a seasoned diplomat named Eleanor found herself at the center of high-stakes negotiations. Her days were filled with meetings, briefings, and strategy sessions, all aimed at ensuring that the American vision of freedom and prosperity would not be undermined by the spread of communism. Her colleagues spoke of the Soviet threat not with overt hostility but with a steely determination that underscored the belief that the future of the free world was at stake. Across the ocean, in a modest office in Moscow, a similarly dedicated official named Alexei worked under the strict directives of his government. His responsibility was to ensure that the Soviet Union's interests were safeguarded as it sought to rebuild and extend its influence in a world that was rapidly polarizing. While Eleanor and Alexei operated under vastly different circumstances, their shared commitment to their nation's future was undeniable. Each day, they contributed to a larger narrative, one that would ultimately pit two colossal visions against one another. Technological advancements further underscored the growing disparity between these two powers. In America, the rapid development of the computer, the jet engine, and the burgeoning field of aerospace technology promised a future where innovation would drive national strength. Laboratories buzzed with activity, and engineers, scientists, and inventors pushed the boundaries of what was possible. It was a time of bold ideas and transformative breakthroughs, where every discovery hinted at a world that was on the cusp of dramatic change. This technological renaissance not only reinforced American economic might but also bolstered its military capabilities, a critical factor in the ensuing Cold War rivalry. In the Soviet Union, the emphasis was equally strong on scientific achievement, but the approach was fundamentally different. The government funneled enormous resources into projects that could demonstrate the power of centralized planning and collective effort. From launching satellites to advancing nuclear research, Soviet scientists worked within a tightly controlled system that prized results over individual accolades. The achievements of this period, although often shrouded in secrecy, were a source of immense national pride and served as propaganda tools to inspire loyalty among the populace. As the 1950s dawned, the world was increasingly defined by the presence of these two superpowers. Their economic successes, military buildups, and ideological appeals became the benchmarks by which global progress was measured. International institutions, such as the United Nations, became arenas where the competing visions of democracy and socialism clashed in debates that were as ideological as they were pragmatic. Each superpower used these platforms to assert its moral authority and to shape the rules of a new global order, one where the stakes were nothing less than the future of civilization itself. The emergence of the United States and the Soviet Union as superpowers was not just a story of government and policy, it was a human story as well. It was a story of individuals, of dreamers, workers, leaders, and citizens who lived through an era of unprecedented change. Their hopes, fears, triumphs, and setbacks became the threads of a larger tapestry that depicted the rise of two mighty nations. As families celebrated victories and mourned losses, as communities rallied to rebuild and redefine their identities, the essence of this transformation was encapsulated in the everyday lives of millions. In the quiet corners of American towns, where the hum of industry mixed with the chatter of everyday life, the spirit of progress was palpable. In Soviet cities and rural areas alike, the disciplined rhythm of collective work was a testament to a different kind of progress, one built on solidarity and state-led ambition. Both societies, in their unique ways, were striving to forge paths toward a future that would ultimately determine the fate of the world. This chapter of history, marked by the emergence of the superpowers, is a testament to the power of ideas and the resilience of nations. The United States and the Soviet Union, though born from the same conflict, charted dramatically different courses, one fueled by individual freedom and the other by collective control. Their journeys, filled with ambition, innovation, and sometimes harsh realities, set the stage for a confrontation that would define an era. It was a time when every economic policy, every technological breakthrough, and every diplomatic move was imbued with the weight of history, a weight that both countries carried as they stepped onto the global stage. Thus, as the world moved into the mid-20th century, the emergence of the superpowers was not simply a matter of military might or economic prowess. It was a profound cultural and ideological evolution, a transformation that redefined the nature of power itself. The stage was now set for a rivalry that would stretch into every facet of human endeavor, leaving an indelible mark on the history of the modern world. Ideological divide, capitalism versus communism. In the heart of the post-war world, as nations began the painstaking process of reconstruction, an invisible battle was underway. A battle fought not with armies or artillery, but with ideas. The world was sharply divided between two competing visions of society, one championing capitalism and the other advocating communism. This ideological conflict would soon shape not only international relations but also the very fabric of everyday life. The roots of this divide stretch back to the intellectual ferment of the 19th century. In the capitalist camp, early proponents like Adam Smith celebrated free markets as the engines of innovation and prosperity. They argued that individuals pursuing their own self-interest would, through an invisible hand, create wealth and opportunity for society as a whole. Industrial tycoons and entrepreneurs embodied this belief. Their successes were held up as proof that personal initiative, unhampered by state interference, could lift entire nations from poverty into the promise of modernity. Across the ideological spectrum, however, thinkers such as Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels offered a starkly different critique. They saw capitalism not as a mechanism of progress but as an exploitative system, one that enriched a few at the expense of the many. According to Marxist theory, the concentration of wealth and power in the hands of a small capitalist class would inevitably lead to class struggle. This struggle, they contended, would culminate in a revolutionary overthrow, leading to a society where the means of production were owned collectively and wealth was distributed according to need. In this vision, communism was not merely an economic system. It was a moral imperative aimed at achieving true equality and justice. In the aftermath of World War II, these two ideologies found their champions in the United States and the Soviet Union. The United States, having emerged victorious with a booming industrial base and a culture that prized individualism, became the poster child for capitalist democracy. American cities buzzed with innovation and opportunity, skyscrapers and sprawling suburbs testified to the nation's confidence in its free market system. The country's narrative was one of upward mobility, where anyone with talent and determination could achieve success, a promise immortalized in the mythos of the American dream. Meanwhile, the Soviet Union, emerging from the devastation of war with remarkable resilience, embraced the promise of communism. Soviet leaders showcased their system's ability to mobilize vast resources for the collective good. Factories were rebuilt under state direction, and grand public projects were launched to demonstrate the power of centralized planning. For many citizens in the USSR and its satellite states, communism offered a vision of equality that contrasted sharply with the excesses of capitalist wealth. Propaganda posters extolled the virtues of collective labor, and public rallies celebrated the unity and strength of the working class. Yet, as the two superpowers set their respective visions in motion, the ideological debate quickly permeated every sphere of life. In American schools, textbooks and lectures extolled the benefits of free enterprise and individual liberty. The American narrative was one of progress through personal initiative, innovation, and the freedom to pursue one's destiny. Debates in universities and local forums often centered on how the open, competitive market system drove advancements in technology and medicine, spurring growth and ensuring that the future remained bright and boundless. In contrast, Soviet educational institutions and cultural productions were imbued with the doctrines of Marxism-Leninism. History was recast as a perpetual struggle between oppressor and oppressed, a narrative that highlighted the exploitation inherent in capitalist societies. Soviet literature and art celebrated the heroic collective efforts of the people, and films depicted the transformation of society through solidarity and sacrifice. For many in the Eastern Bloc, these cultural expressions reinforced a belief that only through a system of planned economy and state control could true equality and social justice be achieved. The divide was not only an academic or cultural exercise, it was lived experience. In the United States, the bustling marketplaces, the hum of small businesses, and the ceaseless optimism of entrepreneurs became symbols of freedom and potential. Every advertisement, every success story broadcast on television, reinforced the idea that capitalism provided the conditions for a better life. The relentless pace of innovation, from the automobile to the computer, served as proof that human creativity could flourish in a system built on competition and self-interest. Conversely, in the Soviet Union, life under communism was characterized by a focus on the collective over the individual. In factories and farms, workers were seen not as individual entrepreneurs but as essential cogs in the great machine of state-led progress. The government's emphasis on equal distribution of resources was meant to eliminate the disparities that had long plagued societies. For many Soviet citizens, the promise of communism lay in its assurance that everyone, regardless of birth or wealth, would have a fair share in the nation's prosperity. Yet, over time, the practicalities of central planning began to reveal cracks in this ideal. Bureaucratic inefficiencies and the suppression of dissent often meant that the lofty promises of equality were not always matched by the realities on the ground. The ideological confrontations spilled over into international relations as well. Every diplomatic engagement, trade agreement, and cultural exchange was filtered through the lens of this grand debate. The United States promoted free trade and international cooperation as extensions of its capitalist ideology, arguing that global markets were the key to worldwide prosperity. In contrast, the Soviet Union pushed for economic self-sufficiency and forged alliances with nations that shared its vision of state-controlled economies. This clash was most evident in regions of the world where newly independent nations were seeking guidance on how to chart their own futures. Both superpowers vied for influence, offering their models as blueprints for development, a contest that would later ignite numerous proxy wars and political crises. Within this grand contest of ideas, personal stories emerged that encapsulated the hopes and challenges of each system. Consider the tale of Jonathan, a young American who grew up in a small town with dreams of starting his own business. Encouraged by a culture that celebrated individual success, Jonathan set out to innovate in the burgeoning tech industry. His journey was fraught with risks and setbacks, yet every failure was met with the promise of another chance, a promise that epitomized the capitalist belief in personal reinvention and reward. His successes became beacons of hope for his community, reinforcing the idea that hard work and ingenuity could overcome even the most daunting obstacles. Halfway around the world, in a Soviet industrial town, lives like that of Natalia unfolded under a very different set of expectations. A dedicated worker in a state-owned factory, Natalia devoted herself to the collective effort of rebuilding her war-torn community. Despite the long hours and the strict oversight of her superiors, she believed in the principles of equality and solidarity. Yet, as time went on, Natalia began to sense the limitations of a system that prized uniformity over individual expression. Her personal aspirations were often subordinated to the needs of the collective, and while the state promised a fair share for all, the absence of personal freedom gradually eroded the initial fervor for the communist ideal. This clash of personal narratives highlighted a central truth, that neither system could claim absolute perfection. Capitalism, with all its dynamism and potential for innovation, often led to significant social inequalities. Meanwhile, communism's lofty promise of egalitarianism was sometimes undermined by the very structures meant to enforce it. In a world where both systems had their strengths and weaknesses, the ideological divide became a matter of perspective, a question of whether one valued individual liberty and the risks it entailed or preferred the security and collective promise of state intervention. Throughout the Cold War, this ideological battle was continually reinvented. Political leaders, intellectuals, and everyday citizens found themselves embroiled in debates over which system would best serve humanity's future. In international summits and local gatherings alike, the virtues of free enterprise were pitted against the ideals of communal responsibility. Every economic policy and every reform effort was scrutinized not just for its practical impact but for its symbolic value, a testament to the underlying belief that the fate of nations hinged on this fundamental choice. In the final analysis, the ideological divide between capitalism and communism was more than a dispute over economic systems. It was a clash of visions for the human condition. It challenged people to reconsider what it meant to be free, what it meant to belong to a community, and how society should balance individual ambition with collective well-being. The echoes of this divide continue to shape debates around the world, long after the end of the Cold War. Today, as nations grapple with issues of inequality, market regulation, and social justice, the legacy of this ideological struggle remains deeply relevant. The battle lines drawn in the mid-20th century have evolved, yet the fundamental questions persist. Can a society truly flourish when its individuals are left entirely to their own devices, or must there be a measure of collective oversight to ensure fairness? Do the rewards of unbridled competition justify the inequalities that often accompany it? Or is a system of shared responsibility more conducive to long-term stability? These questions, born in the crucible of the Cold War, continue to inform modern debates about governance, economics, and the nature of progress. In this chapter, we have traced the origins and evolution of the ideological divide that pitted capitalism against communism, a struggle that defined an era and left an indelible mark on the world. As nations built their futures on these competing ideals, the debates of the past set the stage for the complex interplay of ideas that still resonates in contemporary society. The story of this ideological clash is one of human ambition, of bold visions and hard-won lessons, and of a relentless quest to create a world that reflects our highest aspirations. The Truman Doctrine, containing communism. In the winter of 1947, as the world was still reeling from the devastation of war and the bitter memories of totalitarian regimes, the United States found itself confronting a new and ominous challenge: the rapid expansion of communism. It was a time of uncertainty and tension, a moment when ideological lines were drawn with stark clarity. At the heart of this unfolding drama was the Truman Doctrine, a bold declaration of American resolve that would come to symbolize the commitment to contain the spread of communism worldwide. The origins of the Truman Doctrine can be traced back to the fractured remnants of Europe, where nations struggled to recover from the ravages of war while simultaneously grappling with the influence of a resurgent Soviet Union. Greece and Turkey, two nations with ancient histories and strategic importance, found themselves on the front lines of this new ideological conflict. In Greece, civil strife had given way to political instability. Factions clashed over visions for the nation's future, a future that seemed increasingly vulnerable to the lure of communist ideology. Turkey, straddling the divide between East and West, was equally caught in the web of uncertainty. The fear was that if communism were allowed to take root in these critical regions, it could set off a domino effect, undermining democratic institutions and freedom across the Mediterranean and beyond. In this charged atmosphere, President Harry S. Truman emerged as a leader determined to redefine America's role on the global stage. Truman's own journey to the presidency was marked by perseverance and an unyielding belief in the cause of liberty. A man of humble beginnings who had risen through the ranks of public service, he recognized that the stakes had never been higher. The lessons of World War II, of sacrifice, resilience, and the perils of unchecked totalitarianism, resonated deeply with him. He understood that the United States, as a beacon of democracy, could not afford to remain passive in the face of growing totalitarian influence. In a stirring address before a joint session of Congress, Truman laid out his vision for American intervention. With a steady yet impassioned tone, he argued that the United States must provide political, economic, and military support to nations threatened by the encroaching tide of communism. His words were both a call to arms and a pledge of solidarity with those fighting for freedom in distant lands. This doctrine, he declared, was not just about preserving American interests, it was about defending a way of life founded on liberty, justice, and the belief that every nation had the right to choose its own destiny. The announcement of the Truman Doctrine sent shockwaves through the halls of power in Washington and reverberated across the globe. In the United States, political leaders, journalists, and ordinary citizens alike were captivated by the gravity of the moment. The doctrine was more than just a policy, it was a declaration of moral purpose. Across American radio waves, families gathered around their sets, listening intently as the president articulated a vision of a world where freedom was not confined by borders, and where the spark of democracy was nurtured even in the darkest of times. In Greece, the impact of the doctrine was immediate and profound. For many in the war-torn country, the promise of American aid was a lifeline, a glimmer of hope amid the rubble of a nation divided. Local leaders, who had long struggled to stabilize a volatile political environment, welcomed the influx of support that came with the Truman Doctrine. Aid packages, laden with financial assistance, military equipment, and advisory support, began to flow into the beleaguered nation. These efforts were not without challenges, however. Deep-seated rivalries and long-standing grievances threatened to undermine progress. Yet, with the steadfast backing of American policy, Greek leaders found themselves empowered to push back against the rising tide of communist influence. Across the Aegean Sea, in the Republic of Turkey, similar transformations were underway. The Turkish government, recognizing the precarious balance it maintained between East and West, embraced the doctrine as both a safeguard and a symbol of the nation's commitment to the principles of democracy. In bustling bazaars and quiet villages alike, citizens discussed the implications of American support, hoping that it would fortify their nation against the uncertainties of a rapidly changing world. In classrooms, teachers used the doctrine as a framework for discussing global politics, imparting lessons on the importance of resilience and the value of freedom. In these moments, the abstract ideals of democracy and liberty became tangible, woven into the everyday lives of the people. For President Truman and his advisors, the implementation of the doctrine was a delicate balancing act. On one hand, there was a deep-seated desire to protect nations on the brink of ideological subversion. On the other, there was a risk of antagonizing the Soviet Union, a nation whose ambitions were as expansive as they were inscrutable. Diplomatic channels buzzed with cautious optimism and discreet warnings. In closed-door meetings, U.S. officials strategized over the allocation of resources and the timing of military deployments. The goal was clear: to create a buffer zone of stability that would prevent the spread of communist ideology into regions where democratic institutions were still fragile. As American aid began to reshape the political landscapes of Greece and Turkey, its ripple effects were felt far beyond their borders. In Western Europe, the doctrine reinforced the resolve of nations striving to rebuild in the aftermath of conflict. It bolstered the economic recovery efforts spearheaded by initiatives like the Marshall Plan, creating a narrative in which democracy and economic prosperity were inextricably linked. For many Europeans, the Truman Doctrine was a symbol of solidarity, a promise that the United States would stand as a bulwark against the forces that sought to undermine their hard-won freedom. The Truman Doctrine also ignited a fierce debate within the United States itself. Critics questioned the wisdom of extending American influence so broadly, fearing that the costs, both financial and human, might outweigh the benefits. Some argued that the doctrine risked entangling the nation in conflicts that were far removed from its shores. Yet, for Truman and his supporters, the risks were a necessary price to pay for the preservation of a way of life. The alternative, a world in which communism spread unchecked, was seen as far more perilous. In a series of public debates, opinion leaders, scholars, and veterans weighed in on the doctrine's implications, each perspective contributing to the complex tapestry of American political discourse during the early years of the Cold War. Behind the headlines and policy debates, the human stories of the Truman Doctrine were as compelling as they were poignant. In a small town in rural Greece, a local teacher named Dimitris saw firsthand the transformative power of American aid. His school, which had been on the brink of collapse due to economic hardship and political instability, was rejuvenated by a program that provided textbooks, training for educators, and modern facilities. Dimitris, whose passion for learning was matched only by his commitment to his community, became a fervent advocate for the doctrine, sharing his personal experiences with neighboring villages. His story was a testament to the doctrine's impact, a tangible reminder that policy decisions in distant capitals could alter the course of individual lives. In Turkey, a young soldier named Mustafa found himself at the center of a reformed military, one that had been bolstered by American equipment and strategic guidance. Mustafa, who had grown up hearing tales of heroic resistance and national pride, now faced the dual challenge of defending his country and upholding the values of a modern, democratic society. As he patrolled the rugged borderlands, his thoughts were often drawn to the promise encapsulated in the Truman Doctrine, a promise that his nation would remain a steadfast guardian of freedom amidst a turbulent global order. For many in the United States, the Truman Doctrine was a source of both pride and introspection. It signaled a willingness to shoulder the burdens of global leadership, even as it posed daunting moral and practical dilemmas. The doctrine represented an era in which the United States emerged not only as a superpower in terms of economic might and military strength, but also as a moral compass for a world seeking direction. Its implementation marked the beginning of a proactive foreign policy that would define American engagement in international affairs for decades to come. As the months turned into years, the principles enshrined in the Truman Doctrine began to influence not only American policy but the broader contours of the Cold War. The doctrine's emphasis on containment became a guiding principle, a framework through which subsequent conflicts, crises, and negotiations were understood. It served as a constant reminder that in the battle for hearts and minds, ideology was as potent a weapon as any military strategy. The doctrine's legacy would ultimately shape the contours of a global struggle that, while often fought in shadows and behind closed doors, had a profound impact on the lives of millions. In retrospect, the Truman Doctrine stands as a defining moment in the history of the Cold War, a moment when the United States, with unwavering determination, took up the mantle of defender of freedom. It was an audacious experiment in global leadership, one that sought to tip the scales in favor of a vision of the world where democracy and liberty prevailed over authoritarianism and oppression. The doctrine was not without its controversies and complexities, but its impact was undeniable, resonating across continents and generations. The Marshall Plan, rebuilding and influencing Europe. In the immediate wake of World War II, Europe was a continent scarred by destruction. Its cities in ruins, its economies in tatters, and its people grappling with the loss of generations, livelihoods, and a sense of normalcy. Amid this overwhelming devastation, a bold initiative emerged from across the Atlantic, the Marshall Plan. Named after U.S. Secretary of State George Marshall, the plan was not merely an economic rescue package but a grand experiment in rebuilding and transforming an entire region through the infusion of capital, hope, and modern ideas. The Marshall Plan was conceived as a strategic measure to rebuild war-torn Europe, but it also carried a profound political message. American policymakers believed that by revitalizing European economies, they could not only prevent the spread of communist influence but also foster a network of stable, democratic allies in a world on the brink of a new kind of conflict. The plan would channel billions of dollars in aid, money that was to be used for rebuilding infrastructure, modernizing industry, and stimulating trade. This massive outlay of resources was aimed at laying the foundation for a new era of prosperity while firmly anchoring Europe in the sphere of Western influence. In bustling industrial centers like Milan, Paris, and London, the impact of the Marshall Plan was palpable. Factories that had once stood silent after the bombs fell began to hum again as new machinery and materials arrived from the United States. In previously abandoned workshops, skilled workers found employment and renewed purpose. The transformation was not just physical but also deeply emotional. Streets that had once been filled with the grief of loss now resonated with the sounds of reconstruction, hammers, drills, and the steady murmur of voices working together toward a common goal. Take, for example, the story of an enterprising young engineer named Marco, who had witnessed his hometown in northern Italy reduced to rubble. Before the war, Marco had been passionate about innovation and design, dreaming of a future where his ideas could change the world. With the arrival of Marshall Plan funds, his city was given a new lease on life. Factories were rebuilt, and modern techniques were introduced, allowing Marco to secure a position at a burgeoning industrial plant. His story became emblematic of a broader revival, a microcosm of how the infusion of American aid rekindled not only industries but also the human spirit. While the physical rebuilding was underway, the political implications of the Marshall Plan were just as significant. European leaders, who had once been divided by borders and ancient rivalries, now found themselves united by the shared goal of economic recovery. Meetings and negotiations were held in hastily reassembled government buildings where visions of a new Europe were drawn up on chalkboards and maps. Leaders from both sides of the Iron Curtain, those aligned with the West and those under Soviet influence, watched these developments with a mixture of hope and apprehension. For the United States, the plan was a demonstration that democracy and free markets could triumph over the despair and scarcity that had once defined post-war life. In France, for instance, political debates ignited around the potential of the Marshall Plan to restore not just the economy, but also national pride. French officials saw it as an opportunity to assert the country's role on the world stage again, to regain a status that had been tarnished by years of occupation and subjugation. The 8 packages were meticulously designed to modernize agriculture, rebuild transportation networks, and re-energize industries that had been dormant for too long. This reinvigoration was seen as a counterforce to the rising tide of communism in parts of Europe, an assertion that prosperity and freedom were interlinked. Yet, while the American initiative provided tangible economic benefits, it also came with strings attached. The recipients of Marshall Aid were expected to implement economic reforms and adopt policies that aligned with the broader goals of market liberalization and democratic governance. In many cases, these reforms meant painful adjustments, opening up economies to competition, reducing state control, and reining in inflation. In West Germany, for example, the process of Wirtschaftswunder, economic miracle, was not just a story of rapid recovery, but also a story of painful transformation. Industries had to be restructured, and labor forces had to adapt to new methods of production and management. Despite the challenges, the long-term benefits were unmistakable: a surge in productivity, increased international trade, and a burgeoning middle class that symbolized hope for a better future. On a more personal level, the Marshall Plan's influence was seen in the daily lives of ordinary Europeans. In small villages and sprawling urban centers alike, the newfound economic stability brought a sense of renewal. Markets reopened, shops restocked their shelves, and families who had once gone to bed hungry began to enjoy meals together once again. Local artisans who had struggled to compete in the shadow of mass-produced goods found that there was renewed interest in traditional crafts and innovations that blended the old with the new. The restoration of education systems and cultural institutions helped rekindle a belief in progress and intellectual freedom, a belief that was crucial for societies emerging from the dark days of war. Behind the grand narratives of political strategy and economic revival, there were countless stories of individual transformation. In one modest town in Belgium, a dedicated schoolteacher named Louise played a pivotal role in helping her community adapt to the changes brought about by the Marshall Plan. With support from American-funded programs, she initiated after-school programs that taught not only basic literacy and arithmetic but also modern skills such as technical drawing and engineering. Louise believed that education was the cornerstone of recovery, that by empowering the next generation, her town could forge a future free from the scars of the past. Her tireless efforts transformed a once struggling school into a vibrant center of learning, and her students would go on to become engineers, entrepreneurs, and community leaders in a revitalized Europe. The Marshall Plan was also a symbol of transatlantic solidarity, a reminder that, even in the aftermath of war, nations could come together to achieve the extraordinary. American officials and European leaders forged partnerships that went beyond mere financial transactions. They were engaged in a dialogue about values, aspirations, and the kind of world they wanted to build. This dialogue was often held in informal settings, at shared meals, during long nights of negotiation, and in the quiet moments of reflection after a hard day's work. These interactions helped humanize the political process, transforming the aid program into a bridge between cultures and ideologies. For the United States, the Marshall Plan was as much a strategic investment as it was an act of generosity. By fostering economic recovery, America hoped to create markets for its own goods and to forge lasting alliances that would serve as bulwarks against Soviet expansion. The benefits of the plan, however, were mutual. As Europe rebuilt its industries, the flow of goods and ideas between the continents accelerated, leading to innovations that reverberated around the world. The renewed trade routes and revitalized economies not only lifted millions out of poverty but also sowed the seeds for a more interconnected and prosperous global community. The success of the Marshall Plan did not come without controversy. Critics argued that it was a tool of American imperialism, a way for the United States to dictate the political and economic future of other nations. Some European intellectuals and politicians questioned whether the rapid adoption of free market policies might undermine local traditions and social structures. Yet, over time, the tangible benefits of the program became difficult to dispute. As cities were rebuilt and economies grew, the benefits of increased trade, innovation, and stability began to outweigh the costs of rapid transformation. By the early 1950s, the contours of a new Europe had begun to take shape. The once devastated continent was now characterized by bustling cities, expanding industries, and a renewed sense of purpose. The Marshall Plan had laid the foundation for what would later be recognized as the European miracle, a period of unprecedented growth and cooperation that would eventually lead to the formation of the European Union. In this transformed landscape, the scars of war slowly faded into the background, replaced by the promise of a future defined by unity, progress, and shared prosperity. In retrospect, the Marshall Plan stands as one of the most ambitious and effective programs in modern history, a testament to the power of economic aid when combined with visionary leadership and a commitment to rebuilding not just structures, but lives. It was a program that recognized the inherent link between economic stability and political freedom, and its legacy continues to influence debates about international aid and global development to this day. The Berlin Crisis, Blockade, and Airlift. In the early summer of 1948, as the world tried to catch its breath after the devastation of a global war, a new crisis emerged that would come to symbolize the stark divisions of the Cold War. Berlin, a city that had once been the vibrant heart of Germany, had been divided into sectors by the victors of World War II. Over time, however, these divisions were transformed from mere administrative boundaries into symbols of an ideological battle between freedom and totalitarianism. The stage was set for what would become one of the most dramatic episodes of the Cold War, the Berlin blockade and the subsequent airlift. At the heart of the crisis lay the city of Berlin itself, a sprawling metropolis of 2.5 million people, caught in a geopolitical tug-of-war. West Berlin, though encircled by Soviet-controlled territory, had come to represent the best of Western democratic ideals, a beacon of hope and a testament to the resilience of a people determined to rebuild their lives. In stark contrast, East Berlin was rapidly becoming a showcase for Soviet influence, a city where life was marked by strict controls and the omnipresent shadow of state power. The tension reached its peak in June 1948 when the Soviet Union, determined to consolidate its hold over Eastern Europe and to force the Western Allies out of Berlin, sealed all ground access to the city. Roads, rail lines, and waterways were blocked in a sweeping attempt to starve West Berlin of the supplies it so desperately needed. For the residents of the enclave, this sudden isolation was both bewildering and terrifying. The sound of approaching trucks and trains gave way to eerie silence as food, fuel, and other essential goods were halted at the borders. In the midst of this crisis, the response of the Western Allies would prove to be a masterstroke of ingenuity and resolve. With little time to spare, the United States, the United Kingdom, and their partners launched an unprecedented operation, the Berlin Airlift. Over the course of the next 11 months, hundreds of cargo planes would ply the skies over Berlin, delivering life-saving supplies to millions of besieged citizens, defying Soviet efforts to crush the spirit of the West. The airlift was not merely a logistical feat. It was a dramatic contest of wills that unfolded in real time. In the early days of the blockade, tension was palpable on both sides. In West Berlin, families gathered around makeshift kitchens, rationing their food and conserving every ounce of fuel. For many, the blockade was a stark reminder of the vulnerability of freedom, a freedom that could be snatched away in an instant if the international community faltered. Meanwhile, in the halls of power in Washington and London, military strategists and diplomats worked around the clock to devise a plan that could circumvent the Soviet blockade and keep the lifeblood of West Berlin flowing. One such story was that of Captain James McCall, a seasoned American pilot with a quiet determination and an unwavering sense of duty. McCall had flown countless missions during the war, yet the airlift presented a different kind of challenge. Each flight into Berlin was fraught with danger, unpredictable weather, the threat of mechanical failure, and the constant possibility of Soviet interference. Despite these risks, McCall and his fellow pilots took to the skies day and night, their aircraft laden with crates of food, blankets, and medicine. In the cockpit of his C-47, McCall would think of the smiling faces of children in West Berlin, their eyes lighting up at the sight of a plane, a symbol of hope descending from the heavens. The logistics of the airlift were staggering. At the height of the operation, an average of 200 flights per day landed at Tempelhof Airport in West Berlin. Cargo planes, ranging from the sturdy C-47s to the larger C-54 Skymasters, circled the city like guardian angels, ensuring that no Berlin family was left without sustenance. Crews worked in near-perfect coordination, overcoming technical glitches and navigating treacherous weather conditions to deliver their vital cargo. The operation became a testament to human ingenuity, how nations united by a common purpose could overcome even the most daunting obstacles. In West Berlin, the blockade transformed the mundane into the heroic. Shopkeepers displayed their remaining stock with a mix of defiance and gratitude, while community centers became makeshift hubs where residents exchanged news and hope. In one modest Berlin apartment, a mother named Anneliese carefully portioned out her meager supply of bread to her 2 children, explaining that every slice was a victory against those who sought to isolate them. Anneliese's story was echoed in countless homes across the city, where every delivered crate was a symbol of international solidarity. It was a time when ordinary citizens became the unsung heroes of a great struggle, a struggle that was fought not on battlefields, but in the hearts and minds of a people determined to live free. Meanwhile, in the corridors of power, the airlift spurred heated debates and strategic recalibrations. The Soviet leadership, expecting their blockade to force the Western Allies into submission, watched with mounting frustration as the airlift gathered momentum. For every plane that touched down in West Berlin, it became increasingly clear that the blockade was not working as intended. The West had turned the crisis into a propaganda victory, demonstrating that it would go to extraordinary lengths to defend freedom and the rule of law. Western politicians lauded the airlift as a triumph of collective resolve, a proof that the principles of democracy could overcome even the most aggressive tactics. In one memorable moment, a British pilot recounted an incident where, during a particularly harsh winter storm, his aircraft nearly lost contact with the ground. Battling icy winds and relentless snowfall, he managed to guide his plane safely to Tempelhof, earning him a standing ovation from airlift coordinators and a quiet, personal moment of pride. These individual acts of heroism added up, weaving a narrative of perseverance that resonated far beyond the confines of the besieged city. The airlift also had a profound impact on international relations. As planes flew day and night, the operation underscored a clear message: the Western Allies were not willing to be bullied by the Soviet Union. This determination sent ripples throughout the geopolitical landscape, influencing the strategies of other nations grappling with the challenges of a divided world. The success of the airlift forced the Soviets to reckon with a reality they had underestimated, a reality in which the power of will and the support of the global community could counteract even the most aggressive military maneuvers. For the people of Berlin, the airlift was a lifeline, a constant reminder that, even in the face of isolation and hardship, the world had not forgotten them. Families celebrated each plane that arrived, and every delivery was greeted with cheers in crowded streets. The skies above Berlin became a canvas on which the drama of the Cold War was painted in real time, a dramatic interplay of clouds, contrails, and the ceaseless hum of engines determined to keep a city alive. As the months wore on, the relentless schedule of the airlift began to take its toll on both pilots and ground crews. Fatigue set in, and the pressures of maintaining such a demanding operation became apparent. Yet, amid these challenges, the spirit of the mission never waned. The coordinated effort was supported by a network of volunteers, military personnel, and local citizens whose commitment was as unyielding as the towering jet streams above the blockade. They understood that the airlift was more than just a supply mission. It was a statement of principle, a declaration that freedom could not be contained by walls, fences, or even the might of a superpower determined to reshape the world. In the final analysis, the Berlin airlift emerged as one of the most effective responses to a geopolitical crisis in modern history. When the blockade was finally lifted in May 1949, it was not merely a tactical retreat by the Soviets, it was a symbolic victory for the West, a clear demonstration that the human spirit, when bolstered by international cooperation and unwavering determination, could triumph over even the most calculated acts of oppression. The legacy of the airlift endured long after the blockade was over. It served as a powerful reminder that crises, however dire, can give birth to extraordinary feats of ingenuity and courage. For the people of Berlin, the memory of those tense, hopeful months would forever be intertwined with the sight of cargo planes cutting through the sky, a legacy of unity in the face of division. In the broader narrative of the Cold War, the Berlin airlift became a touchstone, a vivid illustration of how the forces of freedom and solidarity could prevail even in the darkest of times. The Korean War, the first hot conflict. In the early years of the Cold War, a conflict erupted on a small peninsula in East Asia that would set the tone for much of the coming decades. The Korean War, often referred to as the first hot conflict of the Cold War, was a brutal clash that pitted ideologies against each other in a contest of survival, honor, and the determination to shape the future of a divided nation. This chapter explores the origins, the fierce battles, and the human cost of a war that forever altered the Korean peninsula and reverberated around the globe. At the heart of the conflict was a nation split in two. After decades of Japanese occupation and the chaos of World War II, Korea was divided along the 38th parallel into two distinct zones: the North, influenced by Soviet communism, and the South, backed by American democratic ideals. As the temporary arrangements solidified into entrenched political realities, tensions mounted along the border. In the North, Kim Il-sung's regime was determined to unify the peninsula under a banner of communism, while in the South, leaders aimed to build a democratic state that reflected Western values. The ambition to reunify Korea, and to do so by force if necessary, set the stage for a conflict that would draw in global powers. On the morning of June 25, 1950, a storm of artillery and infantry advanced across the 38th parallel. The North Korean People's Army, well-trained and heavily supported by the Soviet Union, surged southward with surprising speed. In an instant, the war that had been simmering for years erupted into open hostilities. Towns along the border, once quiet and accustomed to uneasy peace, became battlefields overnight. Families huddled in basements and abandoned buildings, while local leaders scrambled to organize defenses against an onslaught that was as swift as it was ferocious. Among the soldiers thrust into the chaos was Lieutenant Park Min-jun, a young officer in the North Korean army who had grown up in a rural village on the outskirts of Pyongyang. Like many of his comrades, Park had been indoctrinated with the belief that the reunification of Korea was a sacred duty. As he led his unit through dense, foggy terrain, every step was fueled by a mix of fervor, duty, and the harsh realities of war. He remembered the words of his commanding officer, "We fight not for conquest alone, but for the future of our people." For Park, each skirmish was a personal test, one that pitted his ideals against the harsh brutality of battle. Across the front lines in the South, Sergeant John Mitchell, an American volunteer with the United Nations forces, faced his own trial by fire. Sent to Korea with a sense of duty and a heart full of hope, Mitchell had been raised on the idea that freedom was worth defending at all costs. Now, under the relentless barrage of enemy fire and in the grip of a bitter winter, he found himself fighting on unfamiliar ground. The sound of explosions and the cries of wounded comrades were constant reminders that this war was unlike any other. Each day, Mitchell and his fellow soldiers advanced cautiously, determined to protect a fragile democracy that was struggling to define its identity amid the chaos. As the battle lines hardened, international involvement deepened the conflict. The United States, eager to contain the spread of communism, quickly marshaled forces under the banner of the United Nations. Troops from Australia, Turkey, the United Kingdom, and many other nations arrived on the peninsula, transforming the war into a truly global engagement. The strategic aim was clear: stop the North Korean advance and preserve the independence of South Korea. Yet, with every new unit deployed and every new command given, the stakes grew higher, and the conflict's brutality became more apparent. For several months, the fighting ebbed and flowed along a front that shifted like sand in the wind. In one of the most intense episodes, the battle for the city of Pusan became a crucible of desperation and determination. Surrounded on all sides by enemy forces, the defenders of the Pusan perimeter, a tight, embattled corridor along Korea's southeastern coast, fought against overwhelming odds. Here, the lives of thousands were suspended between the desperate hope of holding out and the grim prospect of total annihilation. In the cramped trenches and rubble-strewn streets, every bullet fired and every casualty suffered underscored the cost of a war that pitted brother against brother, ideology against ideology. In the heat of battle, commanders on both sides made decisions that would have lasting implications. General Douglas MacArthur, entrusted with the responsibility of defending South Korea, conceived a bold and ultimately controversial plan to turn the tide of the war. With a daring amphibious landing at Incheon in September 1950, MacArthur orchestrated one of the most remarkable military maneuvers in modern history. In a pre-dawn operation shrouded in secrecy and fraught with peril, UN forces landed on the narrow, treacherous shores of Incheon. Against the odds, this surprise attack outflanked the North Korean forces and allowed the South Korean and UN troops to push rapidly northward. The success of the Incheon landing not only revitalized the embattled South but also sent shockwaves through the ranks of the North Korean leadership, who now faced the possibility of being driven back to the very border from which they had advanced. Yet, as the tide of battle seemed to turn in favor of the South and its allies, the conflict expanded once again. The intervention of Chinese forces in late 1950 introduced a new and formidable dimension to the war. Tens of thousands of Chinese volunteers crossed the Yalu River, intent on preserving the communist order in the region. The fresh influx of troops brought with it renewed vigor and unexpected tactics. For soldiers like Mitchell, the arrival of the Chinese forces was both a shock and a source of dread. The battles that followed were marked by bitter close-quarters combat, relentless offensives, and a landscape that bore the scars of continuous fighting. In the frigid mountains and muddy valleys, soldiers on both sides fought not only for territory but for the very essence of their nation's soul. The human cost of the Korean War was staggering. Cities were reduced to smoldering ruins, and the lives of countless civilians were upended. In villages caught in the crossfire, entire families were displaced, forced to seek refuge in makeshift camps where hope was a rare commodity. Stories of loss and survival became intertwined with the narratives of valor on the battlefield. For instance, in a small town near Daegu, a young woman named Soo-yeon lost her husband to a stray bullet while trying to shield her children from harm. Her quiet grief, etched into the lines of her weathered face, was a microcosm of the broader suffering that enveloped the peninsula. Yet even in the midst of such despair, acts of kindness and courage persisted. Neighbors shared what little they had, and strangers became allies in the struggle for survival. As winter gave way to a fragile spring, the fighting eventually ground to a stalemate along what would become known as the Demilitarized Zone (DMZ). Armistice negotiations, fraught with mistrust and hardened positions, began a slow and painful process toward an uneasy peace. The ceasefire that was eventually signed in July 1953 did not bring a definitive end to the conflict, but it did halt the active fighting and solidify the division of Korea into two distinct entities. For many of the soldiers who had fought on the front lines, the end of hostilities was a bittersweet relief, a pause in the relentless cycle of violence that had cost so many lives. For others, it marked the beginning of a prolonged period of uncertainty, as families were separated by an invisible but palpable line drawn across their homeland. The legacy of the Korean War is a complex tapestry woven from threads of heroism, tragedy, and the stark realities of geopolitical ambition. It was a war that challenged the conventional boundaries of conflict, a war that, in many respects, was fought in the shadows of a larger ideological battle between democracy and communism. The sacrifices made on the battlefields of Korea continue to be remembered not only in military cemeteries but also in the hearts of the survivors whose lives were forever changed by the war. For historians, the Korean War remains a poignant reminder of how local conflicts can escalate into global confrontations. The struggle on the Korean peninsula underscored the dangers of unchecked ambition and the fragile nature of peace in a world divided by competing visions of the future. It also demonstrated the immense capacity for resilience in the face of overwhelming odds, a testament to the indomitable spirit of those who fought to protect their homes and their ideals. In reflecting on this first hot conflict of the Cold War, one cannot help but see it as a crucible in which the harsh realities of ideological warfare were laid bare. The Korean War was not just a clash of armies. It was a clash of values, a collision between dreams of unity and the stark demands of survival. It was a conflict that forever altered the course of history on the Korean peninsula and provided a foretaste of the broader global struggle that would define much of the latter half of the 20th century. Espionage and intelligence wars. In a world where the loud clashes of armies were often paralleled by a quieter, deadlier struggle in the shadows, espionage emerged as a defining element of the Cold War. While nations built massive arsenals and engaged in overt political battles, an intricate web of spies, double agents, and secret operations was spun behind the scenes. In this clandestine theater, every intercepted message, every covert rendezvous, and every risk taken by those living double lives contributed to an invisible war, a war fought not with bullets or bombs, but with intelligence and deception. The story of espionage during the Cold War began almost as soon as the Iron Curtain descended across Europe. Both the United States and the Soviet Union recognized that knowledge was the ultimate weapon. In an era where technological advances could tip the scales of power in a single night, securing secret information became paramount. For every classified document obtained, every technological breakthrough pilfered, the balance of global power could shift imperceptibly yet irrevocably. In the dimly lit offices of the CIA headquarters in Langley, analysts pored over intercepted communications, trying to decipher a language of coded words and ambiguous signals. These were not merely messages about troop movements or battle plans. They were fragments of a grand narrative that spanned continents. The CIA's operations were as varied as they were vital, infiltrating foreign governments, recruiting unsuspecting insiders, and even turning enemy agents into double agents. Every clandestine meeting, every briefcase exchanged in a dark alley, was a small but crucial piece in a puzzle that both sides were desperate to complete. Across the Atlantic, deep within the labyrinthine corridors of the KGB's headquarters in Moscow, the Soviet intelligence apparatus was equally relentless. Agents trained in the art of deception were deployed to key locations around the world, infiltrating embassies, universities, and even corporate boardrooms in Western capitals. Their mission was clear: extract secrets that could be used to advance Soviet interests and to counter the information warfare waged by the West. For the KGB, every seemingly insignificant conversation could be a treasure trove of valuable intelligence. The agency's methods were as diverse as its objectives, ranging from surveillance and bugging to the cultivation of human sources whose loyalties could be shifted with promises or threats. The human dimension of this secret war is illustrated by the stories of individuals whose lives were inextricably linked to the art of espionage. One such figure was Elena Petrovna, a brilliant linguist recruited by the KGB in the early 1950s. Fluent in several Western languages, Elena was tasked with infiltrating academic and diplomatic circles in Western Europe. Under the guise of a cultural attaché, she attended conferences, social gatherings, and even private soirees where influential figures mingled. Every conversation was an opportunity, a chance to glean insights about emerging technologies, political strategies, or the personal biases of key decision-makers. Elena's world was one of constant alertness. One wrong word, one mistaken gesture, and her double life could unravel in an instant, endangering not only herself but also the covert operations she represented. On the American side, an operative known only by the code name Falcon navigated a similar perilous path. Working undercover in Eastern Europe, Falcon's true identity was buried beneath layers of false backstories and forged documents. His mission was to infiltrate networks that had long been suspected of transferring military secrets to the Soviet bloc. Moving through shadowy backstreets and clandestine safe houses, Falcon was acutely aware that every contact, every whispered exchange in a crowded cafe, could be the difference between life and death. The burden of carrying such secrets weighed heavily on him, as he witnessed firsthand the sacrifices made in the name of national security. As the decades passed, the scope of intelligence operations expanded exponentially. Technological innovations, such as the advent of satellite imagery and advanced signal interception, revolutionized the gathering and analysis of data. Spies no longer relied solely on human contacts and handwritten notes. They now harnessed the power of electronic surveillance, tapping into telephone lines and radio transmissions. This digital revolution added a new layer to the espionage game, where a single intercepted transmission could reveal the inner workings of a state's military strategy. Yet, even as technology advanced, the human element remained irreplaceable. It was the intuition, the courage, and the sheer unpredictability of human behavior that made espionage both an art and a science. Among the most dramatic episodes in the world of Cold War espionage was the U-2 incident of 1960. American pilot Francis Gary Powers was shot down over Soviet territory while flying a high-altitude reconnaissance mission. This event not only exposed the lengths to which the United States would go to monitor Soviet capabilities but also underscored the inherent risks of operating in a realm where the line between peace and war was razor-thin. The incident sent shockwaves through diplomatic channels and provided the Soviets with a propaganda tool that they could wield against the West. For many, the U-2 incident became a stark reminder that in the shadowy world of intelligence, even the most advanced technology could fail to protect the men and women who risked everything for their country. Espionage was not confined to dramatic incidents and high-flying aircraft. It was also embedded in everyday interactions. In the bustling streets of Berlin, behind seemingly mundane storefronts and cafes, spies conducted meetings that could alter the course of international relations. A coded phrase uttered casually in a quiet corner could signal the initiation of an operation, while a misplaced word might reveal the presence of an informant. In these subtle exchanges, trust was the most elusive commodity. Both sides knew that betrayal could come from the least expected quarter: a trusted colleague, a seemingly loyal friend, or even a family member coerced by circumstance. The stakes of this secret war were immense. Information obtained through espionage often influenced national security decisions, shaped defense policies, and, in some cases, prevented outright war. Intelligence agencies invested vast resources into cultivating networks of agents and developing sophisticated methods of communication that could evade the prying eyes of enemy surveillance. The battle for information was relentless, a continuous contest of wits where the margin for error was perilously slim. In a particularly illustrative case, the infiltration of a high-ranking military official in one of the Western alliances revealed plans for a secret arms buildup, a discovery that could have precipitated an all-out confrontation had it not been intercepted by skilled intelligence officers. The extraction of this critical information allowed policymakers to adjust strategies and, in many ways, avert a potential crisis. Such episodes underscored the dual nature of espionage. While it was a tool for gathering intelligence, it was also a means of maintaining global stability in a world teetering on the brink of conflict. Yet, amid the cloak-and-dagger operations and the high-stakes maneuvering, there was a profound irony in the pursuit of secrecy. Both sides, in their quest to keep their own secrets hidden, often found themselves mired in an endless cycle of mistrust and suspicion. Diplomatic channels became battlegrounds for competing narratives, with each intelligence leak or defection fueling accusations of betrayal and subterfuge. The personal lives of those involved were forever altered by the demands of their covert work. Relationships were strained, identities were fractured, and the constant pressure of living in a state of perpetual alertness left deep scars that would last a lifetime. In retrospect, the espionage wars of the Cold War era were as much about human frailty as they were about geopolitical strategy. They highlighted the paradox of seeking absolute security in an inherently unpredictable world, a world where the very act of seeking knowledge could invite peril. The secret agents who operated in the shadows embodied a complex mixture of bravery and vulnerability, their successes and failures woven into the broader narrative of a divided world struggling to reconcile its internal contradictions. As the Cold War gradually thawed in the late 1980s, the legacy of these covert operations continued to influence the nature of international relations. The intricate networks of spies and double agents that had once defined the global intelligence landscape slowly gave way to a new era of transparency and technological connectivity. Yet, the lessons learned in those dark, clandestine corridors remain as relevant today as they were then. In an age where information flows freely across digital networks, the enduring truth is that the battle for truth and security is never truly over. It merely takes on new forms and new challenges. Thus, the story of espionage and intelligence wars is a testament to the enduring power of human ingenuity, resilience, and, ultimately, the unyielding pursuit of knowledge. It is a reminder that in every era, beneath the veneer of politics and power, the secret war of information continues to shape the destiny of nations, one clandestine operation at a time. The Cuban Missile Crisis, confrontation on the brink. In October 1962, the world found itself in a state of palpable anxiety. Behind the polished veneer of diplomacy, a crisis was unfolding that would test the resolve of superpowers and threaten to plunge the globe into an abyss of nuclear devastation. At the center of this maelstrom was Cuba, a small island nation whose strategic position and turbulent history made it a linchpin in the global chessboard of the Cold War. For months, whispers had circulated in the corridors of power. Reports of unusual military activities, mysterious installations, and secretive meetings filled the intelligence briefings in Washington, Moscow, and even Havana. The United States, having already witnessed the grim consequences of ideological rivalry in conflicts like Korea and Vietnam, was particularly sensitive to any sign of Soviet expansion in the Western Hemisphere. President John F. Kennedy and his advisors worked tirelessly in the shadow of looming catastrophe, aware that every decision could steer the fate of millions. The crisis began to unfold when American reconnaissance flights over Cuba revealed something alarming. Soviet missile bases were under construction. These were not ordinary military outposts, but sites designed to house nuclear missiles capable of reaching deep into the heart of the United States. For many in Washington, the discovery was akin to a bolt of lightning, a stark reminder that the balance of power was not just a theoretical exercise, but a living, breathing reality with the potential for catastrophic consequence. In the White House Situation Room, tension was almost tangible. Advisors gathered around maps and photographs, each detail scrutinized for clues about the Soviet intent. Among them was Robert Kennedy, whose deep concern for both national security and global stability underscored every conversation. The atmosphere was charged with a mixture of urgency and apprehension. Here, in this room, the fate of nations seemed to hang in the balance, a balance maintained by the slender thread of measured responses and careful negotiations. Across the globe, in the Kremlin's austere meeting rooms, Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev and his inner circle were wrestling with their own calculations. For the Soviets, the missile installations in Cuba were a strategic counterbalance to the perceived nuclear advantage of the United States. Khrushchev believed that by placing missiles so close to American shores, he could redress what he saw as an inherent imbalance and force the United States to recognize Soviet strength. Yet, even within the Kremlin, there were voices of caution. Officials who feared that the bold move could ignite a confrontation with disastrous, possibly nuclear, consequences. In Havana, Cuban leader Fidel Castro observed the unfolding drama with a blend of hope and trepidation. His nation, long marred by decades of colonial exploitation and political upheaval, had found in the Soviet Union not only an ideological ally but also a protector against American encroachment. Castro had welcomed the Soviet missiles as a deterrent, a promise of security in a region where American military might had loomed large for far too long. But as the crisis escalated, the weight of this alliance became increasingly apparent. Cuban citizens, many of whom had experienced the harsh realities of American economic embargoes and military interventions, now found themselves at the heart of a confrontation that could determine the future of their small island nation. Back in Washington, President Kennedy faced one of the most difficult decisions in American history. He convened a series of meetings with his closest advisors, a group that would come to be known as the Executive Committee of the National Security Council, EXCOM. In heated debates that stretched late into the night, they grappled with a fundamental dilemma: how to remove the missiles from Cuba without igniting a full-blown nuclear war. Options ranged from a full-scale invasion to covert sabotage, yet each proposal carried significant risks. The room was filled with a sense of urgency and gravity. Every word spoken, every pause taken, was weighted with the knowledge that the wrong move could lead to irreversible consequences. Amid these high-stakes discussions, personal stories of courage and doubt emerged. One such narrative centered on Captain Daniel Foster, a U.S. Navy pilot tasked with monitoring the skies over Cuba. Every day, as he flew his reconnaissance missions, Foster felt the heavy burden of responsibility. With each flight, he risked not only his life but also the possibility of inadvertently triggering a chain reaction that could engulf the world in flames. His mission was fraught with peril, dodging anti-aircraft fire, navigating treacherous weather, and always keeping an eye out for signs of escalation. Yet, despite the constant danger, Foster remained resolute, driven by a belief that his actions were part of a larger struggle to preserve peace. On the Soviet side, a similar tale of internal conflict unfolded. Lieutenant Igor Sokolov, an officer stationed near Cuba, had grown up believing in the righteousness of the Soviet cause. Yet, as he oversaw the construction and deployment of the missile systems, he couldn't shake a sense of foreboding. In quiet moments away from the public eye, Igor questioned the wisdom of a path that risked plunging the world into nuclear chaos. His doubts, though never voiced in official channels, were a reminder that even those entrusted with executing orders carried the heavy weight of moral and existential dilemmas. As the days passed, the world watched with bated breath. The U.S. naval blockade, referred to as a quarantine by Kennedy, was put into effect, effectively cordoning off Cuba. American ships patrolled the waters, their presence a silent yet firm assertion of resolve. Tensions escalated with every intercepted radio message, every military maneuver. The crisis reached its zenith when, for a few heart-stopping moments, it seemed as if the two superpowers were locked in a deadly standoff. Nuclear war loomed like a specter over global headlines as citizens around the world grappled with the terrifying possibility that their lives might be extinguished in an instant. In the midst of this high-stakes brinkmanship, back-channel communications provided a glimmer of hope. Secret messages and discreet negotiations began to flow between Washington and Moscow. These backdoor dialogues, conducted through intermediaries and coded language, were fraught with the urgency of a world desperate to avoid catastrophe. President Kennedy and Premier Khrushchev, each aware of the enormous responsibility that rested on their shoulders, embarked on a perilous path toward de-escalation. Their messages, sometimes terse and at other times measured, signaled a mutual recognition that despite their ideological differences, the survival of humanity was a common imperative. As the international community held its breath, a breakthrough was finally on the horizon. In a series of critical, behind-the-scenes negotiations, an agreement began to take shape. The Soviets would remove their missiles from Cuba, while the United States would provide a public assurance not to invade the island. In a further, secret concession, the U.S. would also agree to remove its missiles from Turkey at a later date, a detail that would remain classified for years. The resolution of the crisis was not marked by the dramatic fireworks of a battlefield victory, but by the cautious, deliberate steps taken by leaders who understood that the world could not afford to flirt with nuclear annihilation. For many Americans, the resolution of the Cuban Missile Crisis was a moment of collective relief. Streets that had once been filled with anxious whispers and guarded glances now resonated with a cautious optimism. The crisis had underscored the perilous nature of the nuclear age, and it left an indelible mark on public consciousness, a reminder of the fine line between peace and catastrophe. In the aftermath, as the missiles were dismantled and international tensions gradually subsided, reflections on the crisis spurred significant changes in global diplomacy. Efforts to improve communication channels between superpowers, including the establishment of a direct hotline between Washington and Moscow, emerged from the ashes of near disaster. The lessons of the Cuban Missile Crisis rippled through the corridors of power, informing future arms control agreements and shaping the strategies of both the United States and the Soviet Union in the decades to follow. For the individuals who had lived through those tense days, the pilots like Captain Foster, the soldiers like Lieutenant Sokolov, the diplomats, and even ordinary citizens, the crisis became a defining chapter of their lives. It was a period when the stakes were not measured in political victories or ideological triumphs, but in the sheer raw imperative of survival. The Cuban Missile Crisis remains a poignant testament to the delicate balance of power and the extraordinary efforts undertaken by men and women on both sides of the Iron Curtain to prevent the unimaginable. In this chapter, the world witnessed not only the raw power of military might and political brinkmanship, but also the resilience of human spirit and the possibility of redemption through dialogue. The Cuban Missile Crisis was a moment when the specter of nuclear war was banished by the determination of leaders willing to seek common ground, a moment that forever changed the landscape of international relations and left an enduring legacy in the history of the Cold War. Proxy wars around the globe. In the wake of World War II and the dawn of the nuclear age, the United States and the Soviet Union discovered that a direct confrontation between two nuclear-armed superpowers was a risk no nation could afford. Instead, both sides turned to a strategy of indirect engagement, using regional conflicts as proxy battlegrounds to extend their influence without triggering a full-scale nuclear war. From the dense jungles of Southeast Asia to the sun-scorched savannas of Africa and the politically charged streets of Latin America, local struggles became intertwined with global ambitions. In many ways, proxy wars were a manifestation of the Cold War's central paradox. While the superpowers stood on the brink of mutual destruction, they waged countless wars by proxy, channeling their ideological and military rivalry into conflicts that would devastate entire regions. Smaller nations, often already mired in internal strife or colonial legacies, suddenly found themselves caught in a larger struggle, a struggle that was less about local grievances and more about serving as the front lines of an ideological war. Consider, for instance, the Congo crisis of the early 1960s. When Belgium withdrew from its African colony after years of exploitative rule, the sudden vacuum of power led to chaos and civil unrest. Amid the turmoil, both Washington and Moscow saw an opportunity to secure their interests. The United States, alarmed by the possibility of a left-leaning government allied with the Soviets, quickly extended support to factions that promised stability and alignment with Western ideals. Meanwhile, Soviet advisors and arms shipments began flowing to groups that aspired to a socialist order. In the midst of this geopolitical tug-of-war was Patrice Lumumba, the charismatic leader whose dream of a free, unified Congo was tragically derailed by external interference and internal divisions. For the Congolese people, the struggle was deeply personal, a battle to determine their own future that was complicated by the interests of distant superpowers. In a different corner of the world, the Middle East became another arena where proxy conflicts played out with dramatic consequences. The Arab-Israeli conflict, though rooted in historical and religious disputes, was exacerbated by Cold War dynamics. The Soviet Union extended its support to Arab regimes, offering arms and military advisors to bolster their positions against Israel, which in turn received backing from the United States. In the 1967 Six-Day War and the subsequent Yom Kippur War of 1973, the superpowers' indirect involvement heightened tensions and prolonged hostilities, turning what might have been localized conflicts into global flashpoints. For ordinary citizens in the region, life was marked by constant insecurity, a relentless cycle of hope and despair as political alliances shifted like sand under the weight of international pressure. The strategy of proxy warfare was not confined to distant continents. In Latin America, the ideological contest between capitalism and communism was played out in a series of civil conflicts and revolutionary movements. Nicaragua, for example, became emblematic of this struggle. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, the Sandinista revolution toppled a long-standing dictatorship, promising radical change and social justice. Alarmed by the possibility that Nicaragua might become another Soviet client state, the United States quickly intervened, both overtly and covertly, to support anti-Sandinista forces known as the Contras. For many Nicaraguans, the war was a bitter and confusing ordeal, as neighbors turned against each other amid a barrage of U.S.-funded propaganda and arms shipments. The country's landscape, once dotted with peaceful villages and thriving farms, was transformed into a mosaic of battle-scarred fields and secret training camps, each symbolizing the deep scars of foreign meddling. In South Asia, the legacy of colonialism and partition provided fertile ground for proxy conflicts as well. Though the region is best remembered for the 1947 partition of India and Pakistan, later decades saw further instability that was influenced by superpower rivalry. In countries like Sri Lanka and Pakistan, internal strife was exploited by external powers eager to expand their influence in a region of strategic importance. Whether through funding insurgencies, supplying advanced military technology, or covertly influencing political leaders, both the United States and the Soviet Union found in South Asia a theater where the stakes were high and the battles were fought not only with bullets and bombs but with political maneuvering and economic pressure. Amid these vast and varied conflicts, the personal stories of those caught in the crossfire offer a window into the human cost of proxy wars. In Angola, for example, a young man named Joaquim grew up in a small village where tradition and community once defined life. With the outbreak of a brutal civil war, exacerbated by the influx of Soviet arms and American support for rival factions, Joaquim found himself forced to leave his home. He joined a local militia that was ostensibly fighting for national liberation, only to discover that the ideological battle was less about freedom and more about serving the strategic interests of distant powers. For Joaquim, the war was not an abstract geopolitical contest. It was a daily struggle for survival, marked by moments of both profound loss and unexpected acts of kindness among former enemies. Similarly, in Central America, a woman named Maria witnessed her community torn apart by conflict. Once a thriving market town, her village was transformed into a battleground where guerrilla fighters clashed with government troops backed by U.S. advisors. Maria's husband, a schoolteacher turned reluctant soldier, disappeared one day during an ambush. In the following months, Maria became an unlikely activist, organizing grassroots efforts to provide food, shelter, and education for the children left behind. Her story, like those of countless others across the globe, illustrates how proxy wars often leave a legacy of shattered communities and unresolved trauma, even as international powers claim strategic victories. The mechanics of proxy warfare during the Cold War were as intricate as they were insidious. Both superpowers developed sophisticated networks of support, channeling money, weapons, and expertise into regional conflicts. These covert operations were designed to maintain plausible deniability while achieving strategic objectives. Military aid packages were often accompanied by political training programs designed to instill loyalty to a particular ideology. The flow of advanced technology, from jet fighters and tanks to communication systems and encryption devices, served as a tangible reminder of the global stakes at play. Yet, beneath the surface of these transactions lay a bitter irony. While the superpowers sought to reshape entire regions in their image, they frequently undermined the very foundations of stability and democracy in the process. As the Cold War wore on, the cumulative impact of these proxy wars began to reveal itself in unexpected ways. While no single conflict resulted in an all-out global war, the interconnected web of regional battles created a persistent undercurrent of instability that continues to shape international relations today. In many parts of the world, the borders drawn by Cold War interventions remain a source of tension, and the legacy of foreign meddling is etched into the collective memory of nations. The proxy wars, with all their violence and complexity, became a reminder that in the struggle for power and ideology, the human cost was often the heaviest price to pay. By the 1980s, as détente and new diplomatic initiatives began to thaw the frosty relations between Washington and Moscow, many of the proxy conflicts also began to wind down. Some nations, scarred by decades of warfare, embarked on slow processes of reconciliation and rebuilding. In Angola, for instance, peace agreements paved the way for national elections, while in Latin America, grassroots movements and international oversight helped to resolve long-standing disputes. Yet, even as the superpowers took tentative steps toward cooperation, the reverberations of past proxy wars continued to influence political, economic, and social structures around the globe. In reflecting on the era of proxy wars, one cannot help but recognize the dual legacy of the Cold War, a legacy marked by both remarkable human resilience and profound tragedy. On one hand, the ingenuity and determination of local populations who managed to forge lives out of the ruins of conflict offer powerful lessons in the capacity for renewal. On the other hand, the scars left by decades of external interference serve as a cautionary tale about the dangers of allowing great power rivalries to dictate the fate of smaller nations. Ultimately, the proxy wars of the Cold War era were a complex mosaic of local conflicts, each with its own unique causes, heroes, and tragedies, yet all bound together by the invisible hand of superpower rivalry. They remind us that while ideologies and strategic calculations can shape the course of history, it is the human spirit, resilient, defiant, and unyielding, that endures long after the battles have faded from memory. The Vietnam War, a battle for influence. In the dense, humid jungles of Southeast Asia, where the mist clings to ancient trees and the air vibrates with the sounds of nature and unseen footfalls, a struggle was unfolding that would become one of the most controversial and transformative chapters of the Cold War. The Vietnam War was not only a military conflict, it was a battle for influence, a contest between ideologies, national self-determination, and superpower ambitions. Its roots ran deep into the historical, cultural, and political soil of Vietnam, a nation long shaped by centuries of foreign rule and internal resilience. The origins of the Vietnam War can be traced to the twilight of French colonialism. For decades, Vietnam had been under the yoke of colonial rule, its people yearning for freedom and self-governance. The seeds of revolution were sown during the struggle against French domination, as nationalist leaders like Ho Chi Minh galvanized a diverse population under the banner of independence and socialism. This fervent quest for national liberation, however, was soon caught in the crossfire of a global ideological battle. As the Cold War intensified, the United States, fueled by the belief in the domino theory and the fear of communist expansion, became increasingly entangled in the fate of Vietnam. In the early 1950s, after the decisive defeat of the French at Dien Bien Phu, the nation found itself divided along ideological and geographical lines. The Geneva Accords of 1954 created a temporary partition at the 17th parallel, with the North led by Ho Chi Minh's communist government and the South governed by a series of leaders backed by American support. What was meant to be a temporary measure soon hardened into a bitter divide, as each side sought to impose its vision for Vietnam's future. In the North, a call for reunification under a socialist framework resonated with many who had long suffered under colonial exploitation. In the South, hopes were pinned on the promise of modernization, economic development, and the protection of democratic values, ideals championed by an America determined to stem the tide of communism. For the United States, Vietnam was more than a distant conflict. It was a critical front in the global struggle against communism. American policymakers argued that if Vietnam were to fall under communist control, the ideological dominoes could topple one after another throughout Asia. In Washington, debates raged over the best way to support the fledgling South Vietnamese government. Military advisors and political leaders contended with the inherent difficulties of fighting a guerrilla war in unfamiliar terrain, a war that blended traditional combat with insurgent tactics, elusive ambushes, and a populace whose loyalties were as fluid as the Mekong River. On the ground, the realities of the conflict were as complex as they were brutal. In the dense jungles and rice paddies of Vietnam, soldiers from both sides found themselves locked in a deadly game of hide and seek. The Viet Cong, a formidable guerrilla force deeply embedded within rural communities, mastered the art of ambush and sabotage. They exploited the terrain, melting into the undergrowth only to reappear unexpectedly along a trail or on a country road. Their tactics were honed by decades of struggle against foreign powers, and their intimate knowledge of the land proved to be a potent weapon against technologically superior foes. American forces, by contrast, were trained for conventional warfare, tactics that relied on firepower, mobility, and coordinated assaults. Yet, as helicopters sliced through humid air and artillery shells thundered in the distance, the soldiers soon discovered that the enemy was not easily defined by uniform or weaponry. For many U.S. troops, the Vietnam War became an exercise in perpetual uncertainty. Every rustle in the jungle could signal danger, every friendly village could hide hostile sympathizers. The constant tension eroded morale, and the physical and psychological toll of the conflict began to weigh heavily on even the most resilient warriors. Among the American ranks was Lieutenant Michael Anderson, a young officer who arrived in Vietnam filled with determination and a sense of duty. His first encounter with the realities of guerrilla warfare came during a routine patrol that turned into a fierce firefight in a narrow village alley. Amidst the chaos of flying bullets and shattered debris, Michael witnessed acts of valor and tragedy in equal measure. He saw his comrades risk their lives to shield civilians, and he experienced firsthand the heartbreaking loss of soldiers caught in the crossfire. For Michael, each day in Vietnam became a test of resolve, an unending struggle to reconcile the lofty ideals of freedom and democracy with the harsh, unforgiving realities of combat. On the other side of the conflict, in the rugged highlands of North Vietnam, the spirit of resistance burned just as fiercely. Nguyen Thi Lan, a village schoolteacher turned activist, found herself drawn into the insurgency. As the Viet Cong waged their guerrilla campaign, Lan worked tirelessly to mobilize her community. She organized clandestine classes, teaching not only the basics of literacy but also the history and values of her nation's struggle for independence. In secret meetings held in humble homes, villagers shared stories of past oppressions and future hopes, a narrative that framed the war as a fight for dignity and self-determination. For Lan and many like her, the conflict was not merely a military endeavor, it was a deeply personal crusade against the forces of external domination and internal betrayal. The broader geopolitical dimensions of the Vietnam War added layers of complexity to an already convoluted struggle. The superpowers, each wary of ceding influence in Southeast Asia, provided extensive military and economic support to their respective allies. American helicopters, fighter jets, and advanced communications technology clashed with the time-honored, cunning tactics of Viet Cong fighters. The skies over Vietnam became battlegrounds where modern technology met ancient strategy, a high-stakes game in which every intercepted transmission, every ambushed convoy, and every lost life had far-reaching implications. In Washington, the war stirred both pride and controversy. Political debates surged as critics questioned the wisdom of a prolonged military engagement in a land that seemed to defy traditional notions of warfare. Television brought the brutal images of the conflict directly into living rooms across America, an unfiltered window into a war that many felt was increasingly distant from the democratic ideals it was meant to protect. As casualties mounted and public sentiment shifted, the American administration grappled with the moral and strategic costs of a war that appeared to be dragging on indefinitely. The turning point came with the Tet Offensive, a massive, coordinated series of attacks launched by the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong during the Lunar New Year in 1968. Though militarily the offensive was repelled, its psychological impact was profound. The widespread surprise and intensity of the attacks shattered the illusion of imminent victory and cast long shadows over American public opinion. For many, the Tet Offensive became emblematic of the inherent unpredictability of guerrilla warfare, a stark reminder that despite technological might and firepower, victory in Vietnam was not guaranteed. As the war trudged on, a pervasive sense of disillusionment settled over both the battlefield and the home front. Soldiers on the ground, like Lieutenant Anderson, found themselves questioning the purpose of their sacrifices. Local civilians, caught between rival factions and the ambitions of distant powers, bore the brunt of a conflict that reshaped their lives forever. Villages that once echoed with laughter and communal celebrations now lay in ruins, and families were torn apart by the relentless cycle of violence and retribution. Yet amid the despair, there were glimmers of resilience and hope. Grassroots peace movements began to emerge both in Vietnam and abroad. In the crowded streets of Saigon, young people organized secret gatherings where the seeds of change were sown. In university campuses and public forums across America, protests against the war grew in strength and numbers, an outcry for a re-examination of the nation's role in a conflict that had come to symbolize the very contradictions of the Cold War. Internationally, the Vietnam War forced a reckoning with the limits of superpower intervention. It exposed the complexities of modern warfare, a clash of ideologies played out on a stage where local realities often defied grand strategic narratives. The war underscored that the fight for influence was not solely about military might or economic power, but also about winning hearts and minds. As the conflict drew toward a contentious and painful conclusion, both sides began to explore avenues for negotiation and reconciliation, albeit amid lingering bitterness and unresolved grievances. In the end, the Vietnam War left a legacy that continues to reverberate through history. For Vietnam, the war was a crucible that forged a new national identity, a blend of resilience, sacrifice, and an enduring desire for self-determination. For the United States, it became a somber lesson in the complexities of foreign intervention and the high cost of ideological commitment. The battle for influence in Vietnam was not won on the battlefield alone. It was waged in the hearts of those who lived through it, in the stories of loss and hope that were passed down through generations. The scars of the Vietnam War, both physical and psychological, remain etched into the collective memory of the region. Today, as Vietnam continues to rebuild and redefine its future, the lessons of that turbulent era serve as a reminder of the intricate interplay between local aspirations and global ambitions. It is a history marked by triumph and tragedy, courage and controversy, a testament to the fact that the pursuit of influence in a divided world often comes at an immeasurable human cost. Eastern European uprisings, Hungary and the Prague Spring. In the shadow of a divided continent, where the iron grip of Soviet authority pressed down on nations yearning for freedom, two remarkable uprisings emerged as symbols of resistance. Hungary in 1956 and Czechoslovakia's Prague Spring in 1968. Though separated by more than a decade and unique in their circumstances, both movements shared a common spirit, a deep desire for political reform, greater autonomy, and the basic human right to self-determination. The story begins in Hungary, a nation whose memory was still haunted by the aftermath of World War II and the subsequent imposition of a communist regime. By the mid-1950s, the Hungarian people had grown weary of the oppressive state control that had stifled their aspirations and curtailed their cultural and economic freedoms. Intellectuals, students, workers, and even members of the communist establishment began to question the rigid policies dictated from Moscow. In the streets of Budapest, discontent simmered beneath a veneer of cautious conformity. On October 23, 1956, the tension finally erupted into a full-blown revolt. It began as a peaceful demonstration by university students calling for reforms, demands for freedom of speech, free elections, and the withdrawal of Soviet troops from Hungarian soil. The movement quickly spread as workers joined in the protests, and soon entire neighborhoods were filled with chants for independence and democracy. Among these voices was that of István, a factory worker whose life had been defined by hardship and conformity. Inspired by the hope of a new Hungary, István took to the streets with his colleagues, his heart pounding with the belief that change was possible. What started as a spontaneous outburst soon transformed into an organized rebellion. Revolutionary councils formed, and armed resistance emerged as demonstrators clashed with state security forces. The Hungarian people, many of whom had never before wielded weapons in a struggle for freedom, found themselves in a desperate fight against an entrenched regime. Despite being outgunned and facing a formidable military apparatus, the citizens of Budapest and other cities rallied together in a display of unity and courage. For several harrowing weeks, the uprising swirled with both hope and tragedy, moments of triumph intermingled with the sorrow of loss, as friends and neighbors fell in the struggle. However, the hope of an independent Hungary was brutally quashed. The Soviet Union, unwilling to tolerate any crack in its sphere of influence, launched a massive military intervention. Tanks rolled into Budapest, and fighter jets darkened the skies. The uprising, which had captured the hearts of millions in Hungary and inspired others across Eastern Europe, was met with overwhelming force. Despite valiant resistance, the rebels were ultimately overwhelmed by the sheer might of Soviet military power. The streets that once echoed with cries of liberty soon fell silent, replaced by the cold certainty of repression. Yet even in defeat, the Hungarian uprising left an indelible mark on history. It demonstrated that even the most deeply entrenched regimes could be challenged and that the yearning for freedom was a force that could not be easily extinguished. The memory of 1956 resonated throughout Eastern Europe, serving as both a cautionary tale and a beacon of resistance for future generations. Over a decade later, in the heart of Prague, a similar but distinct spirit of reform began to stir. The Prague Spring of 1968 emerged in a Czechoslovakia that was grappling with the contradictions of a regime that had grown stagnant under rigid Soviet oversight. Reform-minded leaders within the Communist Party, most notably Alexander Dubček, embarked on an ambitious campaign to create socialism with a human face. Their vision was to transform the authoritarian state into one that allowed for greater freedom of expression, decentralization of power, and the flourishing of individual creativity, all within the framework of socialism. In the early months of 1968, the streets of Prague and other cities in Czechoslovakia buzzed with cautious optimism. Intellectuals, students, and workers welcomed the new policies that promised an end to censorship, increased political participation, and a more open cultural life. Public debates, which had once been stifled by fear, now took place in cafes, lecture halls, and public squares. People like Jana, a young university lecturer, found herself at the forefront of this cultural renaissance. Jana, who had long dreamed of teaching in an environment that encouraged critical thinking and free discussion, saw the Prague Spring as a time when her voice, and those of her colleagues, could finally be heard without fear of reprisal. For several months, Czechoslovakia experienced an unprecedented blossoming of creativity and open dialogue. The media reported more freely on political matters, and a diverse array of opinions began to circulate, a stark departure from the uniformity enforced during earlier years. The reforms were not merely cosmetic. They touched every facet of life, from the arts and sciences to education and industry. The government loosened its grip on cultural institutions, allowing filmmakers, writers, and artists to explore themes that had long been considered taboo. In the classrooms, debates about the future of the country were lively and impassioned, reflective of a society eager to redefine itself. However, the very freedoms that had ignited the Prague Spring also sowed the seeds of its downfall. The liberalization of political discourse and the rapid pace of reform alarmed the Soviet leadership. Moscow, fearful that Czechoslovakia's experiment in reform could inspire similar movements in other Eastern Bloc countries, decided that decisive action was necessary. In the early hours of August 20, 1968, Soviet-led Warsaw Pact troops, along with forces from other satellite states, invaded Czechoslovakia. The invasion was swift and brutal. Soldiers, tanks, and armored vehicles poured into Prague and other major cities, their presence a chilling reminder of the limits of political experimentation in a world divided by superpower rivalry. For the people of Czechoslovakia, the invasion was a profound betrayal. The very dream of a reformed, more humane socialism was abruptly shattered by the crushing force of Soviet military might. In the streets of Prague, citizens gathered in stunned silence as armored vehicles rumbled by, their hearts heavy with despair. Jana, who had so recently embraced the promise of freedom, now found herself questioning whether the price of hope was too steep. Yet even as the invasion extinguished much of the momentum of the Prague Spring, the spirit of resistance did not vanish entirely. Underground movements, clandestine meetings, and quiet acts of defiance continued, even if only as whispers of what might have been. Both the Hungarian uprising and the Prague Spring, despite their tragic outcomes, profoundly influenced the course of the Cold War. They revealed the deep-seated desire for freedom and reform that resided even within the confines of Soviet-controlled states. Internationally, these events prompted a mix of admiration, sorrow, and a hardening of the ideological divide. For the Soviet leadership, the uprisings were a stark reminder of the volatility inherent in maintaining strict control over vast and diverse populations. For Western leaders and citizens, the events underscored the human cost of the Cold War, a struggle in which even the simplest aspirations for dignity and self-expression could ignite revolutionary fervor. In the years that followed, both Hungary and Czechoslovakia would continue to wrestle with the legacies of these tumultuous periods. In Hungary, the memory of 1956 remained a potent symbol of resistance. It was commemorated by dissidents and later by a new generation of politicians seeking to distance themselves from the oppressive past. In Czechoslovakia, the Prague Spring left a lingering hope that one day, the spirit of reform might be revived, even if only in the hearts of those who remembered its promise. For many who lived through these times, the uprisings were more than just historical events. They were deeply personal experiences that shaped identities and left lasting impressions. Families recounted tales of courage and sacrifice, of neighbors who risked everything to stand up for their beliefs, and of the enduring resilience of the human spirit in the face of overwhelming adversity. In quiet conversations and through the passage of time, the stories of 1956 and 1968 became part of a larger narrative, a narrative that continues to inspire struggles for freedom and democracy around the world. In reflecting on these uprisings, one cannot help but recognize the paradox of the Cold War. In an era defined by the threat of nuclear annihilation and global superpower confrontation, the most profound battles were often fought in the hearts and minds of ordinary people. The courage to challenge an oppressive system, the willingness to risk everything for the chance at a better life, and the enduring belief that change is possible, even against insurmountable odds, are legacies that continue to resonate today. The space race competing beyond Earth. In the years following World War II, as nations rebuilt shattered cities and reimagined their futures on Earth, a new frontier beckoned. A frontier not defined by borders or oceans but by the endless expanse of space. The space race emerged as a dazzling extension of Cold War rivalry, transforming scientific research into a matter of national pride and global influence. In this high-stakes competition, the United States and the Soviet Union poured resources, ingenuity, and determination into a quest that would forever alter our understanding of the cosmos. The origins of the space race can be traced to a period of rapid scientific advancement in the aftermath of World War II. Both superpowers recognized that the development of rocket technology was not only a tool for military prowess but also a means to explore and eventually conquer the final frontier. The Soviet Union, capitalizing on the wartime expertise of former German rocket scientists and its own robust engineering tradition, made a dramatic entrance into the arena with the launch of Sputnik 1 on October 4, 1957. This small, spherical satellite, with its simple beeps transmitted back to Earth, sent shockwaves around the world. For the Americans, Sputnik was a wake-up call, a tangible sign that they were no longer the undisputed leaders in technology and innovation. Across the Atlantic, in laboratories and think tanks in the United States, the response was swift and resolute. American scientists, military officials, and policymakers were galvanized into action. The creation of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, in 1958 was emblematic of a national commitment to reclaiming technological leadership. Within the walls of NASA's burgeoning centers, engineers and researchers embarked on a mission that would capture the imagination of millions, a mission to explore space, advance human knowledge, and ultimately put a man on the moon. The race was not merely a contest of scientific achievement, it was a battle for ideological supremacy. For the Soviet leadership, the early successes in space served as a powerful propaganda tool, demonstrating that the collectivist model could achieve extraordinary feats. When Yuri Gagarin orbited the Earth on April 12, 1961, becoming the first human in space, it was more than a scientific milestone. It was a symbolic victory that underscored the Soviet claim to superiority in technological innovation. Gagarin's jubilant greeting, captured in grainy footage broadcast around the globe, resonated deeply with citizens in the USSR and sent a clear message to the West. In the United States, the public and government alike were determined to respond with equal boldness. The image of Gagarin's spacecraft, circling a blue Earth, intensified the resolve of American leaders who argued that the free world must not fall behind in this new theater of competition. Amid growing public interest and mounting pressure, President John F. Kennedy made a historic pledge in 1961, "We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard." This declaration became a rallying cry for a generation of scientists, engineers, and explorers, propelling the United States toward a series of ambitious space missions that would redefine human potential. The ensuing years saw a rapid succession of milestones and setbacks on both sides of the Iron Curtain. In the Soviet Union, the early lead in space was marked by a series of impressive achievements: the first animal in orbit, the first human spaceflight, and early experiments with space docking. Yet, behind the scenes, the Soviet space program struggled with bureaucratic infighting and technical challenges. Despite these hurdles, Soviet engineers maintained a reputation for pushing the boundaries of what was possible, achieving feats that seemed almost fantastical to outside observers. In contrast, the American space program faced its own series of trials. The Mercury and Gemini programs laid the groundwork by developing the critical technologies and skills needed for orbital flight and rendezvous maneuvers. These missions, though fraught with peril and occasional tragedy, gradually built a legacy of determination and innovation. The American approach was characterized by a blend of robust engineering, extensive testing, and the willingness to learn from failure. The loss of life during the Apollo 1 tragedy in 1967 served as a somber reminder of the risks involved, but it also spurred a renewed focus on safety and excellence that would ultimately pave the way for future success. One of the most captivating chapters in the space race unfolded during the Apollo program. As the goal of landing a man on the moon loomed large, the nation watched in awe as a diverse team of astronauts, engineers, and support staff mobilized to achieve what had once been considered science fiction. The grueling months of preparation, the intricate coordination of thousands of workers, and the profound technical challenges all converged into a singular moment in history. On July 20, 1969, when Neil Armstrong's boot first touched the lunar surface and his voice resonated with the immortal words, "That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind," the world collectively held its breath. For Americans, the moon landing was not only a demonstration of technological might but also a triumph of democratic values, a proof that freedom and innovation could propel humanity to new heights. Yet, as the space race unfolded with breathtaking successes, it also revealed the human side of this extraordinary competition. Behind every mission were individuals whose lives were forever changed by their participation in this historic endeavor. Engineers spent long, sleepless nights solving problems that had never been encountered before. Astronauts trained under conditions that tested their physical and mental limits. And ordinary citizens followed every update with a mix of pride, hope, and sometimes anxiety about the unknown. The triumphs and tribulations of the space race became interwoven with personal stories of ambition, sacrifice, and unyielding perseverance. For instance, consider the story of Dr. Elena Morales, a young aerospace engineer working at one of NASA's critical research facilities. Driven by an insatiable curiosity about the stars and a determination to contribute to her country's mission, Elena worked tirelessly on developing a guidance system that would ensure the safe navigation of spacecraft through the vast, unforgiving void of space. Her work, often carried out in a quiet lab lit by the glow of computer screens and oscilloscopes, was emblematic of the countless unseen contributions that underpinned the success of the Apollo missions. Elena's colleagues recalled how her meticulous attention to detail and unwavering optimism helped boost morale during moments of technical setbacks, turning challenges into stepping stones toward success. Across the Iron Curtain, a parallel narrative unfolded among Soviet engineers and scientists, whose dedication and ingenuity were equally remarkable. In a cramped facility outside Moscow, a team of researchers worked on refining rocket propulsion systems that would one day enable longer, more ambitious missions. Their efforts, conducted in an environment marked by intense state pressure and limited resources, underscored the determination to achieve greatness even under challenging circumstances. Although their stories were often obscured by the veil of secrecy, the achievements of these pioneers played an essential role in shaping the trajectory of space exploration. The space race also had profound cultural and societal impacts. It ignited imaginations and inspired a generation to look upward, to consider the possibilities that lay beyond the confines of Earth. Science fiction writers, filmmakers, and artists drew inspiration from the real-life adventures of astronauts and the groundbreaking technology that made space exploration possible. Iconic images of rockets launching into a twilight sky and astronauts floating weightlessly in the void became symbols of human aspiration and the relentless pursuit of discovery. This cultural renaissance extended beyond the realm of art, influencing educational priorities and spurring investment in STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, fields that would fuel future innovations. As the space race entered its later stages, it began to evolve from a raw contest of technological might into a more collaborative, albeit still competitive, enterprise. The Apollo missions, with their focus on lunar exploration, had achieved a milestone that many had thought unattainable. Yet, even as the United States celebrated its successes, both superpowers began to recognize that cooperation in space could yield benefits that transcended the boundaries of ideology and national rivalry. This realization set the stage for later initiatives, such as the Apollo-Soyuz test project in 1975, a historic joint mission that symbolized a tentative thaw in Cold War tensions and laid the groundwork for future international collaboration in space exploration. In reflecting on the legacy of the space race, it becomes clear that its significance extends far beyond the technical achievements and geopolitical rivalries of the era. The competition to explore space redefined what was possible for humanity, pushing the limits of science, engineering, and human endurance. It transformed the way nations perceived themselves and each other, shifting the narrative from one of terrestrial conflict to one of collective aspiration. The stars, once distant and unreachable, became a canvas upon which human ingenuity and determination were boldly painted. Moreover, the space race left an enduring legacy in the realm of international cooperation. The technological advancements, research breakthroughs, and lessons learned during those formative years have continued to influence modern space exploration. Today, multinational projects like the International Space Station stand as a testament to the idea that even the fiercest competitors can find common ground when united by the desire to push the boundaries of human knowledge. In the end, the space race was a story of contrasts, of fierce rivalry and unexpected camaraderie, of monumental triumphs and poignant setbacks. It was a saga in which two superpowers, each driven by their own vision of progress, channeled their competitive spirit into an endeavor that would ultimately benefit all of humanity. The race to the stars became not only a measure of national pride but also a celebration of the limitless potential that lies within us all. As we look back on those turbulent yet exhilarating years, the legacy of the space race continues to inspire new generations of explorers, innovators, and dreamers. The journey beyond Earth remains a powerful reminder that the quest for knowledge and the drive to overcome challenges are integral parts of the human spirit, qualities that, even in the midst of global rivalry, have the power to unite us in pursuit of a brighter, more expansive future. Détente de thaw intentions. As the 1960s gave way to the 1970s, the world, exhausted by decades of relentless brinkmanship and proxy conflicts, began to see the first genuine signs of a thaw in Cold War tensions. This period, known as détente, marked an era of cautious dialogue and pragmatic engagement between the United States and the Soviet Union. After years of high-stakes standoffs and escalating arms races, leaders on both sides recognized that mutual survival required a departure from the aggressive posturing of previous decades. The quest for détente was not merely a change in diplomatic language. It was a comprehensive effort to create a more stable, predictable international system where the specter of nuclear annihilation was held at bay. The origins of détente can be traced back to a convergence of factors. By the late 1960s, both superpowers were beginning to feel the immense economic and political pressures wrought by their military buildups. The arms race had drained national treasuries, and the constant strain of maintaining readiness for nuclear war was taking its toll on public morale. In Washington, a growing chorus of voices from Congress, academia, and even the military began to question the wisdom of unbridled confrontation. Similarly, in Moscow, the leadership was grappling with internal challenges, economic inefficiencies, widespread corruption, and a population weary of perpetual tension. It became increasingly clear that neither side could sustain an endless cycle of escalation without incurring devastating costs. The breakthrough came with a series of high-level meetings that brought American and Soviet officials together in venues that were as much about personal rapport as they were about policy. In a spirit of cautious optimism, diplomats embarked on what was then an unprecedented dialogue aimed at reducing the risk of accidental war. Key to these efforts were arms control negotiations. In 1972, the Strategic Arms Limitation Talks, SALT-I, culminated in an agreement that not only limited the number of intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs, and submarine-launched ballistic missiles, SLBMs, each side could deploy, but also included a recognition of the inherent need to restrain the arms race. This agreement was heralded as a monumental step toward reducing the likelihood of a nuclear catastrophe and symbolized a tangible commitment to peace. Yet détente was not solely about disarmament. It also encompassed a broader spectrum of cooperation, including cultural exchanges, scientific collaboration, and economic agreements. The US and the Soviet Union gradually opened channels of communication that had been tightly sealed for decades. Joint projects in space exploration, academic symposiums, and even sports competitions began to bridge the gap between two seemingly incompatible worlds. For many citizens on both sides of the Iron Curtain, these exchanges offered a rare glimpse into the lives of those once considered ideological enemies. The thaw in relations, though measured and fragile, sparked hope that a new era of mutual understanding might emerge. Amid these diplomatic overtures, individual stories highlighted the human dimension of détente. Take, for example, the experience of Elena Markova, a Soviet cultural attaché stationed in Washington. Elena had grown up in a world where Western music, art, and literature were shrouded in mystery and, at times, suspicion. Yet, as she attended open-air concerts and university lectures, she discovered a shared passion for creativity that transcended political boundaries. Through her interactions with American artists and intellectuals, Elena realized that beneath the rhetoric of hostility lay a common yearning for expression and innovation. Her personal journey became a microcosm of the broader transformation sweeping across nations, a reminder that even decades of mistrust could give way to genuine human connection. On the American side, a similar narrative unfolded. John Reynolds, an Air Force officer who had spent much of his career training pilots in readiness for the worst, found himself reassessing his views during a series of visits to Soviet air bases arranged as part of a military-to-military exchange program. Initially skeptical of his Soviet counterparts, John was gradually won over by the professionalism and camaraderie he witnessed. In joint training sessions and informal discussions over meals, he discovered that many of the concerns and aspirations he held were mirrored in the hearts of his former adversaries. These experiences, shared quietly among colleagues and later recounted in memoirs, helped to soften the rigid images that had long defined the superpower rivalry. The process of détente was not without its setbacks and skeptics. Hardliners on both sides decried any easing of tensions as a betrayal of national security, warning that concessions might embolden adversaries. In the United States, prominent political figures and military strategists cautioned that dialogue could be exploited to gain a strategic advantage rather than to secure lasting peace. Meanwhile, in Moscow, voices within the Communist Party remained wary of what they saw as a capitulation to Western pressure. Nevertheless, the practical realities of a changing world, economic constraints, public pressure, and the ever-present threat of nuclear war pushed both administrations to pursue a path of moderation. One of the most dramatic episodes that underscored the promise of détente was the signing of the Helsinki Accords in 1975. Bringing together 35 nations from both the East and West, the Accords sought to lay down a framework for peaceful coexistence in Europe. More than just a symbolic gesture, the Helsinki Accords addressed key issues such as human rights, economic cooperation, and the inviolability of national borders. For many observers, this multilateral agreement represented a turning point, a clear signal that the entrenched divisions of the past might finally give way to a new order based on dialogue rather than domination. The cultural impact of détente was profound. In both the United States and the Soviet Union, the easing of tensions had a liberating effect on art, literature, and popular culture. American jazz musicians toured Moscow, where their improvisational style resonated deeply with Soviet audiences, while Russian ballet companies captivated American viewers with performances that blended classical tradition with innovative choreography. These cultural exchanges not only enriched the lives of those who experienced them but also challenged the simplistic narratives of ideological rivalry that had long defined international discourse. In classrooms and cafes alike, people began to see the world not as a binary struggle between good and evil but as a tapestry of diverse experiences and shared aspirations. Diplomatically, détente opened the door to a reordering of international alliances and a re-evaluation of national interests. The United States, for instance, began to adopt a more flexible approach to foreign policy, seeking cooperative arrangements with nations that had once been considered peripheral to its strategic calculus. In Europe, the newfound willingness to engage with the Soviet Union helped to stabilize a region that had been plagued by periodic crises and instability. Even China, with its own complex relationship with both superpowers, found common ground in the evolving global environment. The ripple effects of détente were felt far beyond the bilateral relationship between Washington and Moscow. They helped to reshape the entire architecture of international relations. Yet, as promising as the era of détente was, it was also inherently fragile. The underlying ideological differences between capitalism and communism had not disappeared. They were simply being managed through a series of pragmatic compromises. The arms control agreements and cultural exchanges were vital, but they could only do so much to bridge a chasm that had been widening for decades. As new challenges emerged, such as regional conflicts, economic crises, and shifts in domestic politics, the delicate balance achieved through détente was repeatedly tested. Periods of thaw would often be followed by episodes of renewed tension, reminding the world that progress was hard-won and that the legacy of the Cold War was not easily erased. Despite these challenges, the legacy of détente endures as a testament to the possibility of change in even the most entrenched conflicts. It was a time when the leaders of two seemingly irreconcilable systems found common ground, when dialogue replaced dogma and mutual respect began to take root. The lessons of this era continue to inform contemporary diplomacy, serving as a reminder that even in a world defined by division and suspicion, there is always the potential for understanding and cooperation. As the chapter of détente closed, its influence lingered on in the policies and attitudes of subsequent generations. The frameworks established during these years provided the groundwork for later arms control agreements and helped to set the stage for the eventual end of the Cold War. More importantly, the human connections forged during this period, between diplomats, soldiers, artists, and ordinary citizens, left an indelible mark on history, a legacy of hope and reconciliation that continues to inspire those who believe in the possibility of a more peaceful world. Arms control and SALT treaties. In the early decades of the Cold War, as the nuclear arms race reached dizzying heights, a pervasive anxiety gripped the world, a fear that an all-out nuclear exchange could obliterate civilization in a matter of minutes. Amid this backdrop of escalating tensions and massive stockpiles of devastating weapons, both the United States and the Soviet Union came to a stark realization: unchecked competition in building ever more powerful arsenals was a lose-lose proposition. The race to develop and deploy nuclear arms had become unsustainable, not just economically but also morally, as the shadow of mutually assured destruction loomed large over humanity. Against this grim prospect, a series of daring diplomatic initiatives emerged. In the midst of relentless military buildups, policymakers on both sides began to explore ways to create stability, a means of containing the arms race without ceding national security. The result was a gradual shift from open hostility to cautious negotiation, leading to the development of arms control agreements that would later be enshrined in treaties. Among these initiatives, the Strategic Arms Limitation Talks, SALT, stand out as monumental milestones, symbolizing an extraordinary effort to impose order on the chaos of nuclear proliferation. The genesis of SALT can be traced back to the late 1960s, when the intensity of the arms race reached a critical juncture. The United States, with its vast network of research laboratories and an industrial complex that had become a veritable machine for producing nuclear weapons, recognized that its continued expansion of missile systems and bombers could spiral out of control. On the other side of the Iron Curtain, the Soviet Union was also grappling with the staggering costs and existential risks of an escalating nuclear contest. In a series of secret meetings and back-channel communications, both sides began to acknowledge that while ideological differences might never be fully reconciled, there was common ground in the mutual desire to avoid a catastrophic war. One of the first tangible fruits of these early discussions was a mutual understanding that limiting the number and types of strategic weapons could create a measure of stability. This realization culminated in the first round of SALT negotiations, held in a climate of both urgency and cautious optimism. For American negotiators, the talks were an opportunity to rein in an arms race that threatened to drain resources from domestic priorities and jeopardize global security. For their Soviet counterparts, SALT offered a chance to legitimize their own security concerns and to assert that restraint was not a sign of weakness but rather a rational strategy for survival. Over the course of these negotiations, which spanned several years, both sides wrestled with a host of complex issues. They debated technical definitions, what exactly constituted a strategic weapon, and grappled with the challenges of verifying compliance in an era before the advent of sophisticated satellite and digital surveillance. Behind closed doors, diplomats and military officials worked long hours, poring over technical manuals and classified reports, all in an effort to craft agreements that could stand up to the rigors of real-world implementation. Amid the tension of these negotiations, there were moments of quiet camaraderie, as individuals from opposing sides found common ground in their shared fear of nuclear annihilation. One such meeting took place in a neutral venue in Vienna, where representatives from both superpowers came together in a sterile conference room lined with maps and schematics of missile systems. It was here that an American negotiator, known among his colleagues for his unwavering pragmatism, recalled a moment of unexpected understanding with his Soviet counterpart. Over cups of strong, bitter coffee, they discussed the human cost of a potential nuclear war. Lives lost, cities reduced to rubble, and a future forever marred by the specter of radiation and despair. In that moment, the abstract debate over numbers and systems was transformed into a deeply personal conversation about the value of human life. This quiet exchange, emblematic of many that occurred during SALT talks, helped to build the trust necessary for substantive agreements to emerge. The first major breakthrough came with SALT-I, culminating in an agreement signed in 1972. Under this treaty, both the United States and the Soviet Union agreed to limits on the number of intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs, and submarine-launched ballistic missiles, SLBMs, they could deploy. While the treaty did not halt the arms race entirely, it introduced a system of mutual restraint that provided a measure of predictability. The SALT-I agreement was hailed as a diplomatic triumph, a clear demonstration that even bitter ideological rivals could find common cause in preserving the very possibility of life on Earth. For the public, the treaty was a beacon of hope amidst decades of tension. News broadcasts, editorial cartoons, and political speeches celebrated the idea that dialogue could defuse the ticking time bomb of nuclear warfare. However, the path of arms control was far from smooth. Critics on both sides accused their governments of weakness, arguing that any concession was tantamount to a strategic surrender. Hardliners in Washington decried SALT as a form of appeasement, fearing that limitations on arms would leave the United States vulnerable to Soviet aggression. In Moscow, conservative elements within the Communist Party viewed the treaty with suspicion, contending that it was merely a tool for the West to gain an upper hand in future negotiations. These debates played out in the public sphere as well, with political commentators and citizens engaging in fierce discussions about the merits and drawbacks of arms control. Yet, despite the criticisms, the practical realities of nuclear deterrence, where an accidental miscalculation could lead to global catastrophe, forced a sober reckoning that compromise was not just desirable, but essential. SALT-I was eventually followed by further negotiations and agreements, each building on the foundation of its predecessor. Subsequent rounds of talks sought to address new technological developments, such as the advent of multiple independently targetable reentry vehicles, MIRVs, that could further complicate the arms race. As each side sought to modernize its arsenal while remaining within the confines of the treaty, negotiators had to be increasingly creative. They explored new verification measures, including on-site inspections and data exchanges, to ensure that both parties adhered to their commitments. These mechanisms, while sometimes imperfect, played a critical role in maintaining the fragile balance of power. For many involved in the SALT process, the negotiations were as much about philosophy as they were about numbers. They were a reflection of a broader shift in Cold War thinking, a recognition that the pursuit of military supremacy, without regard for the human cost, was unsustainable. The arms control treaties represented an acknowledgement that the security of nations was inextricably linked to the security of humanity as a whole. In this light, each missile limited, each radar station demilitarized, was a small but significant step away from the brink of mutual destruction. The impact of these treaties extended far beyond the immediate reduction of nuclear arms. They set a precedent for international cooperation in a domain that had long been dominated by secrecy and suspicion. In the years that followed, the framework established by SALT paved the way for other arms control initiatives, such as the Anti-Ballistic Missile (ABM) Treaty and later Strategic Arms Reduction Talks (START). These successive agreements would continue to shape the contours of global security, providing a template for managing rivalries through dialogue rather than confrontation. The human dimension of these diplomatic achievements cannot be overstated. Behind every clause in the treaty were individuals who had witnessed firsthand the destructive potential of nuclear war. Families who had lost loved ones in the aftermath of bombings, communities scarred by the remnants of conflict, and entire nations whose futures had hung in the balance, all contributed to a collective desire for a safer world. Stories emerged of scientists who had transitioned from designing weapons to devising safeguards, of military officers who became advocates for restraint, and of ordinary citizens whose quiet hope for peace fueled the momentum behind the negotiations. One poignant example was that of Dr. Richard Evans, an American physicist who had been involved in the early development of nuclear technology. Haunted by the knowledge of what his work could unleash, Richard became a fervent proponent of arms control. He participated in back-channel meetings, shared his technical expertise with negotiators, and later testified before Congress on the importance of maintaining strategic stability. His journey, from a creator of destruction to a champion of restraint, captured the transformative power of dialogue and served as an enduring reminder that even the most formidable technologies could be reined in by human will. Similarly, on the Soviet side, a veteran engineer named Yuri Ivanov played a critical role in shaping the technical provisions of SALT. His career had spanned decades of rapid military innovation, and he was acutely aware of the potential for an arms race to spiral out of control. Yuri's contributions to the treaty were marked by a blend of scientific rigor and a deep-seated belief in the necessity of restraint. In later years, he would recount his experiences as a testament to the possibility of reconciling national security with global responsibility, a lesson that resonated far beyond the confines of his former laboratory. As the world slowly moved away from the brink of nuclear disaster, the legacy of arms control agreements like SALT continued to be felt. They demonstrated that even in the midst of profound ideological differences, rationality and reason could prevail. The negotiations that produced these treaties were not merely diplomatic exercises, they were battles fought with words, numbers, and the shared understanding that the stakes could not be higher. In reflecting on the era of SALT and arms control, one sees a complex tapestry of ambition, fear, compromise, and hope. These treaties did not erase the Cold War, nor did they resolve all the conflicts that divided East and West. Instead, they provided a framework for coexistence, a way for rival superpowers to manage their competition without endangering the very survival of civilization. They offered a glimmer of light in an otherwise dark period of history, a tangible example of how dialogue and negotiation could triumph over hostility and brinksmanship. Today, the lessons of arms control remain as relevant as ever. In a world still grappling with the proliferation of advanced weapons and the shadow of new rivalries, the spirit of SALT endures, a reminder that even in the most perilous of circumstances, the human capacity for reason and cooperation can chart a course toward a more secure and peaceful future. The Soviet-Afghan War, a costly proxy conflict. In the rugged, windswept mountains of Afghanistan, where ancient trade routes once carried caravans and ideas between East and West, a modern conflict began that would become emblematic of Cold War proxy wars. The Soviet-Afghan War, lasting from 1979 to 1989, was a brutal struggle that pitted a superpower determined to extend its sphere of influence against an insurgency fueled by fierce local nationalism and the passion for independence. This war, costly in both human lives and national prestige, would leave an indelible mark on Afghanistan and reverberate far beyond its borders. The seeds of the conflict were sown during a period of profound internal transformation in Afghanistan. In the 1970s, the nation was already a mosaic of tribal customs, regional loyalties, and a deep-seated desire for autonomy. When a revolutionary coup in 1978, led by communist elements within the military, overthrew the established government, Afghanistan plunged into political chaos. The new regime, which sought to modernize the country through radical reforms, quickly encountered resistance from traditional power brokers and religious leaders. For many Afghans, the changes threatened long-held cultural values and social structures. As unrest grew, what began as internal strife soon morphed into a broader struggle for the soul of Afghanistan. Amid this turbulent backdrop, the Soviet Union, already deeply entrenched in its own geopolitical ambitions, saw an opportunity to secure a friendly government on its southern border. In December 1979, Soviet troops marched into Afghanistan under the guise of stabilizing the situation and supporting the embattled communist government. For the Soviets, the invasion was a strategic necessity, a way to safeguard their influence in Central Asia and to prevent what they perceived as a dangerous domino effect of instability along their borders. Yet, what was intended as a swift intervention soon evolved into a protracted, costly quagmire. For the Afghan people, the arrival of Soviet soldiers was a moment of bitter reckoning. In remote mountain villages and bustling urban centers alike, ordinary citizens found themselves thrust into a conflict that was as much about ideological domination as it was about survival. Families huddled in their homes as the distant roar of artillery punctuated the quiet nights. Farmers abandoned their fields, and traders watched helplessly as familiar markets were transformed into battlegrounds. The war was not fought solely on military fronts. It seeped into every aspect of Afghan life, transforming traditions, shattering communities, and igniting deep-seated resentment against what many saw as a foreign occupation. The insurgency that emerged in response to the Soviet invasion was as diverse as it was determined. Composed of tribal fighters, religious zealots, and nationalist groups, The Mujahideen mobilized against the Soviet forces with a passion that was both spontaneous and deeply rooted in Afghanistan's cultural heritage. Operating from hidden mountain strongholds, these guerrilla fighters used the rugged terrain to their advantage. Their tactics were not based on conventional military doctrine. Rather, they relied on ambushes, hit-and-run attacks, and an intimate knowledge of the land. For them, every skirmish was not only a tactical victory but also a symbolic act of defiance, a testament to the unyielding spirit of a people unwilling to be subjugated. One such fighter was Ahmad, a young man from a small village in the Hindu Kush. Inspired by stories of heroic resistance passed down through generations, Ahmad took up arms after witnessing the suffering of his neighbors at the hands of occupying forces. His journey into the mountains was fraught with peril. Each day meant navigating treacherous passes, evading patrols, and enduring the harsh elements. Yet, driven by a profound love for his homeland and the belief that freedom was worth any sacrifice, he became one of many whose courage and determination lit the dark corridors of Afghanistan's struggle. For the Soviet Union, the war rapidly became a drain on resources, both materially and psychologically. What had been envisioned as a brief military intervention devolved into a protracted campaign that sapped the will of the Soviet leadership and military. Soviet soldiers, many conscripted and far from home, found themselves locked in guerrilla warfare against an enemy that was elusive and unyielding. In the bitter winter months, they battled not only armed opponents but also the unforgiving cold and the treacherous mountainous terrain. The toll on morale was palpable. Stories emerged of entire units demoralized by the ceaseless hit-and-run attacks and the realization that victory was slipping further from reach. Back in Moscow, the cost of the war was increasingly evident. Economic burdens mounted as vast sums were allocated to maintain military operations, while international criticism of the invasion mounted. For Soviet citizens, the war was a constant reminder of a regime that prioritized geopolitical ambitions over the welfare of its people. In public discourse, whispers of discontent began to circulate. Critics decried the human and financial costs of an engagement that seemed to serve no clear purpose other than to bolster Soviet prestige. The war in Afghanistan, once seen as a vital bulwark against Western encroachment, was slowly being re-evaluated as an unsustainable and ultimately Pyrrhic enterprise. The United States and its allies seized upon the Soviet misadventure as both a moral and strategic rallying point. Through covert support, arms shipments, and political backing, the U.S. funneled resources to the Mujahideen, a move that would have long-lasting and unintended consequences. American intelligence agencies, along with regional allies such as Pakistan and Saudi Arabia, organized a network to provide training, weaponry, and funds to the insurgents. The strategy was clear: to bleed the Soviet Union in a war of attrition, to force it into an untenable position by exploiting the fierce local resistance. In doing so, the U.S. not only sought to undermine Soviet influence but also to redefine the contours of Cold War conflict by turning a regional war into a proxy battleground. As the years dragged on, the Soviet-Afghan War evolved into a symbol of the limitations of superpower intervention. On one hand, the Soviets demonstrated formidable military might. On the other, they found themselves ensnared in a conflict where local geography, culture, and resilient opposition rendered conventional warfare largely ineffective. For the Afghan Mujahideen, every victory, no matter how small, was a powerful affirmation of their struggle against overwhelming odds. For the international community, the war underscored a stark truth: that attempts to impose order through force could engender only prolonged conflict and deep-rooted animosity. The human cost of the war was staggering. Tens of thousands of Afghan civilians lost their lives, and millions more were displaced, their lives uprooted as they sought refuge from the violence. The rugged mountains that once symbolized natural beauty and cultural heritage became scarred by conflict, a constant reminder of a war that had torn through the heart of the nation. Villages lay in ruins, and the once fertile valleys were transformed into battlefields and refugee camps. For families like Ahmed's, the price of resistance was paid in tears, loss, and an enduring uncertainty about the future. For the Soviet soldiers, too, the psychological scars were deep. Many returned home with memories of endless ambushes, bitter winters, and the sight of a people who refused to yield. These experiences contributed to a broader sense of disillusionment with the Soviet system, which had promised prosperity and strength but instead delivered a protracted conflict that drained both resources and spirit. The war would eventually become one of the many factors that contributed to the weakening of the Soviet Union, a superpower unable to sustain the enormous costs of an intervention that had turned into a national quagmire. By the late 1980s, under mounting internal pressures and a shifting global political landscape, the Soviet leadership began to reconsider its involvement in Afghanistan. The policies of reform and openness introduced by Mikhail Gorbachev ushered in a new era of introspection and retrenchment. In 1989, Soviet forces finally withdrew from Afghanistan, leaving behind a nation battered by war and a legacy of division that would persist long into the future. The withdrawal was not the end of Afghanistan's suffering but rather the beginning of a long and uncertain road toward reconstruction and reconciliation, a process complicated by years of conflict, entrenched divisions, and the emergence of new extremist ideologies. The legacy of the Soviet-Afghan War is multifaceted. For Afghanistan, it was a period that irrevocably altered the nation's trajectory, fueling cycles of violence, political fragmentation, and the rise of militant groups that would later have global repercussions. For the Soviet Union, the war was a costly misadventure that contributed to the unraveling of its imperial ambitions and hastened a decline that would eventually lead to its dissolution. And for the world, the conflict was a stark reminder of the perils of superpower intervention, a cautionary tale about the unintended consequences of using external force to shape the destiny of a sovereign people. Today, as Afghanistan continues to grapple with the aftermath of decades of conflict, the lessons of the Soviet-Afghan War remain as urgent as ever. The struggle for independence, the high price of intervention, and the resilience of a people determined to chart their own course are themes that resonate across generations. For those who lived through the conflict, the Mujahideen fighters, the displaced families, the Soviet veterans, the memories of those years are etched in sorrow and pride alike. Their stories, marked by both heroism and heartbreak, continue to inform debates about foreign policy, national sovereignty, and the complex interplay between local aspirations and global power struggles. In reflecting on this costly proxy conflict, one sees clearly how the Soviet-Afghan War encapsulated the paradoxes of the Cold War, the collision of great power ambitions with the indomitable will of a small nation, and the price that is paid when superpowers attempt to reshape history in their own image. It is a story of shattered landscapes and resilient spirits, a chapter in history that warns us that the human cost of war is measured not only in lives lost but in the enduring scars left on societies long after the battles have ended. Reagan's strategic initiatives and renewed confrontation. In the early 1980s, a palpable shift swept through the halls of American power. The United States, buoyed by a surge of patriotic fervor and bolstered by an economy beginning to recover from the turbulence of the 1970s, embarked on a bold new chapter in its Cold War strategy. Under President Ronald Reagan's leadership, Washington rejected the prevailing mood of détente and sought to reinvigorate American strength both at home and abroad. Reagan's policies were driven by a resolute belief that America must not only deter but also actively challenge Soviet expansionism, a vision that would lead to renewed confrontations and strategic innovations that reshaped international relations. From the outset of his presidency in 1981, Reagan was a man of clear convictions. His inaugural address, imbued with optimism and an unwavering faith in the American spirit, set the tone for an administration determined to restore national pride. In stark contrast to the cautious negotiations of previous decades, Reagan's rhetoric was direct and forceful. He famously declared that evil empire when referring to the Soviet Union, a phrase that encapsulated his view of a world in which democracy and freedom were under siege by an oppressive, expansionist regime. This uncompromising stance resonated with a public that had grown weary of compromise and uncertainty, galvanizing support for a more assertive American posture on the global stage. Reagan's strategic initiatives were multifaceted, combining a robust military buildup with diplomatic efforts aimed at isolating the Soviet Union on the world stage. The cornerstone of this renewed confrontation was a dramatic expansion of defense spending. Recognizing that technological superiority was the key to deterring Soviet aggression, the Reagan administration poured billions of dollars into modernizing the armed forces. Cutting-edge projects, ranging from advanced fighter jets and stealth bombers to the development of the Strategic Defense Initiative (SDI), colloquially known as Star Wars, were launched with unprecedented vigor. The SDI, in particular, was envisioned as a revolutionary missile defense system that could intercept incoming nuclear warheads, thereby undermining the doctrine of mutually assured destruction (MAD) that had long held both superpowers in a dangerous stalemate. Within the Pentagon, military planners and scientists embraced Reagan's call to innovation. In sprawling research centers and high-security labs, teams of engineers worked tirelessly to bring the vision of SDI closer to reality. They sought to harness cutting-edge technologies, from powerful lasers and particle beams to advanced satellite systems, that could one day create a shield around American cities and strategic assets. The idea was audacious. If the United States could neutralize the Soviet nuclear threat, it would not only bolster its own security but also shift the balance of power in its favor. Despite fierce criticism from skeptics who questioned the technical feasibility and cost of the initiative, Reagan's unwavering support ensured that SDI would remain a central element of American defense strategy for years to come. As American military might grew, so too did its diplomatic maneuvers. Reagan's foreign policy was characterized by a dual strategy of confrontation and engagement. On one hand, Washington bolstered alliances with NATO and provided strategic assistance to anti-communist regimes around the world. From Central America to the Middle East, the United States sought to support governments and movements that could serve as bulwarks against Soviet influence. In many cases, this meant covertly funding rebel groups or offering military aid to regimes beleaguered by internal insurgencies. These actions, while controversial, were presented by Reagan and his advisors as necessary steps to contain a common enemy. On the other hand, Reagan was keenly aware of the power of dialogue. Even as he adopted a posture of strength, he pursued diplomatic channels to pressure the Soviet leadership. High-level summits and bilateral talks were arranged with the aim of forcing the Kremlin to acknowledge the expanding American arsenal and to reconsider its own military policies. Reagan's approach was to create a situation in which the Soviet Union would have no choice but to engage in a strategic recalibration. By demonstrating that the United States was prepared to spend vast sums on defense and was willing to lead a global coalition against communist expansion, Reagan hoped to weaken the resolve of Soviet leaders who had long relied on the threat of nuclear retaliation. In Moscow, the reaction to Reagan's initiatives was one of deep consternation and internal debate. Soviet leaders, already grappling with economic stagnation and political inflexibility, were forced to confront the reality that their traditional strategies of brinkmanship might no longer be sufficient. The massive U.S. military buildup, coupled with the technological promise of SDI, cast a long shadow over the Soviet economy, one that was ill-equipped to match American spending without sacrificing other critical sectors. The Soviet military-industrial complex found itself under immense pressure as it struggled to maintain parity with a foe that was not only investing in quantity but also in qualitative advancements. The renewed confrontation forced Soviet officials into a position where they had to either escalate the arms race or embark on reforms that could potentially destabilize their hold on power. Back in the United States, Reagan's initiatives sparked a wide-ranging debate among policymakers, scholars, and the general public. Critics of the administration warned that an unchecked arms buildup could lead to a new era of dangerous competition, a spiral that might ultimately increase the risk of nuclear war rather than deter it. They argued that investing heavily in defense could divert resources from pressing domestic issues, such as education, infrastructure, and social services. Despite these concerns, Reagan's steadfast supporters argued that only by showing strength could America secure a peaceful future. In their view, the Soviet Union had long taken advantage of American hesitancy, and only a resolute stance would force the Kremlin to change course. Amid the political and military drama, personal stories emerged that highlighted the human dimension of Reagan's strategic initiatives. Consider the journey of Captain Daniel Rivera, a decorated Air Force pilot who found himself at the forefront of testing new fighter jets designed to outpace Soviet counterparts. Daniel's rigorous training, punctuated by moments of intense camaraderie and quiet reflection, embodied the renewed spirit of American resolve. Each flight, each mission, was not only a test of technological prowess but also a personal commitment to safeguarding the nation's future. For Daniel and many like him, the Cold War was no longer an abstract conflict fought in distant boardrooms. It was a daily reality that demanded courage, skill, and an unwavering belief in the righteousness of their cause. Across the Atlantic, in the corridors of the Kremlin, there were whispers of reform and transformation triggered in part by the mounting American pressure. Although the Soviet leadership remained publicly defiant, some insiders began to question whether the rigid, centralized model that had defined Soviet society for decades was sustainable in the face of such overwhelming challenge. These internal debates, often held in hushed tones among trusted colleagues, hinted at the possibility of future change, a change that would eventually be embodied in the reforms of Mikhail Gorbachev later in the decade. For many Soviet citizens, the renewed confrontation with the United States served as a wake-up call, a signal that the old order was beginning to crack under the strain of modern geopolitical realities. Reagan's era was marked by dramatic public spectacles as well. Military parades, televised missile tests, and high-profile summits captured the attention of a global audience, transforming the Cold War into a contest of both power and perception. In one memorable moment, a series of live broadcasts showed American defense contractors unveiling prototypes of advanced weapon systems, sleek, futuristic machines that seemed to leap straight from the pages of science fiction. These images, coupled with Reagan's charismatic speeches, helped to reshape public opinion and rally support for his administration's policies. The narrative was clear. America was not only the defender of freedom but also the harbinger of technological progress, a beacon of innovation that could challenge even the most formidable adversaries. Yet, for all its bold initiatives and high-octane rhetoric, Reagan's renewed confrontation was not without its uncertainties. The strategic gamble inherent in massive defense, spending, and aggressive foreign policy was a double-edged sword. While the U.S. military surged ahead in many technological domains, there was always the risk that an inadvertent miscalculation or a rapid escalation could plunge the world into an unthinkable conflict. The balancing act required constant vigilance, delicate negotiations, and an enduring commitment to dialogue, even amidst the thunder of warplanes and the hum of missile silos. In retrospect, Reagan's strategic initiatives and the renewed confrontation with the Soviet Union proved to be pivotal in altering the trajectory of the Cold War. By demonstrating that the United States was willing and able to invest in both military strength and technological innovation, Reagan shifted the dynamics of international power. The pressure exerted on the Soviet economy, already burdened by decades of inefficiency and central planning, contributed to a gradual erosion of the very system that had long defined Eastern Bloc politics. Over the course of the decade, as American defense spending continued to rise and technological breakthroughs accumulated, the Soviet leadership found itself increasingly constrained by economic realities and the imperatives of modern warfare. For the American public, Reagan's policies fostered a renewed sense of confidence, a belief that even in the face of seemingly insurmountable challenges, the nation could chart a course toward a safer, more prosperous future. In classrooms, living rooms, and newsrooms across the country, debates raged about the moral and strategic implications of this bold approach. Yet, for many, the message was one of hope, a hope that strength, innovation, and a willingness to confront adversity head-on could secure peace in a world too often defined by conflict. Ultimately, the legacy of Reagan's strategic initiatives is complex and multifaceted. While critics continue to debate the long-term impacts of his policies, few can deny that his tenure marked a turning point in the Cold War. The convergence of military innovation, assertive diplomacy, and a re-energized national identity set in motion a series of events that would eventually contribute to the unraveling of the Soviet system and the end of an era of bipolar confrontation. As we look back on this transformative period, the story of Reagan's renewed confrontation serves as a powerful reminder that in international affairs, the interplay between ideology, technology, and human resolve can shape the destiny of nations. It is a narrative of ambition and risk, a testament to the belief that, even in the shadow of global uncertainty, the courage to stand firm can light the way toward a more secure world. Economic pressures and internal challenges in the USSR. In the vast, sprawling expanse of the Soviet Union, a land of immense natural resources, towering cities, and a proud legacy of industrial might, a deep undercurrent of economic strain and internal discord was quietly reshaping the state. Beneath the proud facade of a superpower that had once transformed itself from a peasant society into a formidable industrial colossus, a series of systemic problems had taken root over decades. By the 1970s and 1980s, these challenges had become impossible to ignore, setting the stage for a transformation that would eventually topple the Soviet system. The roots of the Soviet economic crisis lay in the very foundation of its centrally planned economy. In theory, centralized control promised efficiency and rapid industrialization, a vision spectacularly realized in the early decades of Soviet rule. However, over time, the rigidity of this system began to reveal its flaws. Resources were allocated not by market demand but by bureaucratic decree, leading to chronic inefficiencies and a pervasive lack of innovation. Factories churned out goods that were often obsolete or of poor quality, while consumer needs remained largely unmet. In cities from Moscow to Leningrad, long queues for basic commodities became a daily reminder of the disconnect between state planning and the realities of a modern economy. One cannot speak of the Soviet economic woes without acknowledging the tremendous burden of military spending. The arms race with the United States had forced the Soviet government to divert enormous resources toward defense. While this buildup had enabled the USSR to project power on the global stage, it also came at a steep cost. Funds that might have spurred advancements in agriculture, healthcare, or technology were instead locked into producing tanks, missiles, and nuclear weapons. Over time, this unbalanced prioritization strained the economy, as industries not related to defense lagged behind, and innovation was stifled by the omnipresent demands of military readiness. Amid these economic challenges, internal social and political pressures were steadily undermining the cohesion of Soviet society. The Soviet leadership, long accustomed to the iron grip of centralized control, found itself increasingly confronted by voices calling for reform. Intellectuals, workers, and even party officials began to question the system that had, for so long, defined every aspect of life. In factories, where outdated machinery and inefficient practices were the norm, workers expressed their frustrations in subtle acts of dissent, through low productivity, absenteeism, and sometimes open protests. In academic circles and cultural institutions, artists and writers found their creativity stifled by censorship and rigid ideological constraints, fueling an undercurrent of discontent that spread through every layer of society. One illustrative story from this period is that of Victor, an engineer who had once been celebrated as a prodigy in the early years of Soviet industrialization. Victor had contributed to the construction of massive infrastructure projects that symbolized the Soviet Union's rise. However, by the 1980s, he found himself trapped in a system that no longer valued his expertise. Outdated equipment, bureaucratic red tape, and a lack of incentives for innovation left him, and countless others like him, frustrated and disillusioned. Victor's personal struggle mirrored the broader economic malaise. A society built on monumental achievements was now mired in stagnation, as the very engines of progress choked on layers of inefficiency and corruption. Corruption, indeed, emerged as a pervasive force within the Soviet system. As the state bureaucracy expanded to manage every facet of economic life, opportunities for graft and favoritism multiplied. Resources were misallocated, contracts awarded on the basis of loyalty rather than merit, and a thriving underground economy began to flourish. For the common citizen, this corruption translated into a life marked by scarcity and unpredictability. Families waited in endless lines for food and consumer goods, while the promises of modernity and prosperity remained tantalizingly out of reach. This everyday reality eroded public trust in the system and sowed the seeds of a widespread desire for change. The inefficiencies of central planning and the mismanagement of resources were further exacerbated by the technological gap that had widened between the Soviet Union and the West. While American and Western European economies embraced the rapid advances of computer technology, automation, and innovative manufacturing processes, the Soviet economy lagged behind. State-run enterprises were often resistant to change, clinging to outdated methods that had once driven success but were now ill-suited to a rapidly evolving global market. This technological stagnation not only hindered economic growth but also made the USSR increasingly vulnerable to external pressures. In an era when technology was becoming the lifeblood of modern economies, the Soviet Union's reluctance to adapt left it struggling to compete on both the military and economic fronts. Politically, the centralization of power in the hands of a few created an environment where dissent was ruthlessly suppressed, but not entirely eradicated. By the 1980s, the Soviet leadership, led by figures like Leonid Brezhnev and his successors, faced mounting internal criticism. The party, which had once united the nation under a shared ideology, was now seen by many as an outdated institution incapable of addressing modern challenges. Efforts to reform the system were stifled by entrenched interests. Those who had benefited from the old order were loath to relinquish their privileges, even as the system itself creaked under the weight of its own inefficiencies. This internal tension began to manifest in the realm of cultural and intellectual life. Across the vast expanse of the USSR, a growing movement for greater openness and reform, what would later come to be known as glasnost, openness, and perestroika, restructuring, gained momentum. Reform-minded intellectuals, economists, and even some members of the Communist Party began to advocate for a new approach to governance, one that would allow for more transparency, reduce corruption, and open the door to the innovations of the modern world. These voices, though initially suppressed, grew louder as the economic crisis deepened. Public debates, once conducted in hushed tones, became more common as citizens demanded accountability and change. In universities and literary salons, discussions of Western ideas and democratic reforms began to filter through, challenging the old orthodoxy and igniting hopes for a new era. The emergence of these reformist ideas was not without consequence. The leadership, aware of the potential for rapid change to unleash forces it could not control, responded with a mix of repression and cautious experimentation. The government tightened its grip on certain aspects of public life even as it tentatively allowed limited reforms in others. This contradictory approach only served to heighten public discontent. In a nation as vast and diverse as the Soviet Union, the push-pull between rigid control and a desire for openness created an unstable environment where the cracks in the system grew ever wider. By the mid-1980s, it became increasingly clear that the economic and internal challenges facing the Soviet Union were unsustainable. The gap between the Soviet economy and those of Western nations continued to widen, and the internal pressures for reform reached a tipping point. The arrival of Mikhail Gorbachev in 1985 marked a watershed moment in Soviet history. Gorbachev, a leader who recognized the imperative for change, introduced sweeping policies aimed at reviving the economy and opening up Soviet society. His twin initiatives of perestroika and glasnost were designed to modernize the economy, reduce corruption, and allow for greater freedom of expression, measures that were as revolutionary as they were risky. Gorbachev's reforms, however, met with fierce resistance from entrenched interests within the Communist Party. The very forces that had once bolstered the Soviet system now found themselves under threat, and internal divisions began to deepen. For many in the old guard, the changes were seen not as a necessary evolution but as a dangerous departure from the principles that had long defined the Soviet state. Yet, for the younger generation and a growing segment of the populace, Gorbachev's policies offered a glimmer of hope, a chance to break free from the inefficiencies and injustices that had long plagued Soviet life. The economic pressures and internal challenges that had been building for decades finally converged in a series of events that would transform not only the Soviet Union but the entire world. Industries that had once been the pride of the USSR faltered under the strain of outdated technology and mismanagement, while the pervasive corruption siphoned off resources that could have spurred innovation and growth. As the state struggled to maintain control, regions and republics within the Soviet Union began to assert their independence, and long-suppressed national identities started to resurface. The once unified superstate was splintering along ethnic, regional, and ideological lines, setting the stage for a dramatic collapse that few could have foreseen just a decade earlier. In retrospect, the economic pressures and internal challenges that gripped the Soviet Union were both a cause and a symptom of a system that had outlived its time. The grand ambitions of rapid industrialization and centralized control, which had propelled the USSR to global prominence, had ultimately become its undoing. The rigid structures that once enabled remarkable achievements now stifled progress, and the failure to adapt to a rapidly changing world left the nation vulnerable to both internal dissent and external pressures. The story of the Soviet economic crisis is, in many ways, a microcosm of the broader Cold War, a saga of ambition, innovation, repression, and ultimately, transformation. It is a tale that reminds us that even the mightiest empires are not immune to the forces of change, and that the human desire for freedom, innovation, and progress can eventually break even the most entrenched systems. As the Soviet Union began its slow descent into dissolution in the late 1980s and early 1990s, the lessons of its internal struggles reverberated around the world, influencing new democracies and reshaping global politics for generations to come. The dissolution of the Soviet Union, the end of an era. In the final years of the 20th century, the once impregnable Soviet Union began to show signs of irreparable strain. For decades, the USSR had projected an image of unity and strength, a sprawling federation of republics, each bound together by a common ideology and a shared vision of socialism. Yet beneath the veneer of centralized power lay a brittle structure burdened by economic stagnation, political inflexibility, and an ever-growing yearning for national self-determination. As the policies of reform and openness, glasnost and perestroika, gained momentum under Mikhail Gorbachev, long-suppressed voices began to demand change. What followed was a historic unraveling that would not only redefine the geopolitical map but also shatter the dreams of millions who had once believed in the promise of a united socialist future. By the mid-1980s, the cracks in the Soviet edifice were becoming increasingly apparent. Economic inefficiencies, mounting corruption, and a technological gap with the West had left the Soviet economy gasping for air. The enormous resources channeled into maintaining an arms race and supporting a cumbersome bureaucracy left little room for innovation or consumer welfare. Meanwhile, the pressures of globalization and internal demands for reform led to an environment where public discourse, once stifled by censorship, began to flourish. Intellectuals, artists, and ordinary citizens started to question the status quo, using the newfound freedoms of glasnost to criticize decades-old policies and envision a different future. One of the most poignant stories of this period is that of Natalia, a schoolteacher from a small town in Ukraine. For Natalia, the changes were both exhilarating and terrifying. She had spent her entire life teaching children the official version of history, a narrative that extolled the virtues of Soviet life and minimized the darker chapters of repression. As Gorbachev's reforms opened up discussions about democracy and individual rights, Natalia found herself at the crossroads of tradition and transformation. In secret meetings with friends and neighbors, she began to share stories of past injustices, of communities broken by forced collectivization and purges. These conversations, once unthinkable, sparked a movement of remembrance and resistance that resonated far beyond her modest classroom. Natalia's courage in speaking out mirrored the growing desire among Soviet citizens to reclaim their histories and chart new courses for their futures. At the same time, the Soviet leadership was struggling to maintain control over a union that was fracturing along ethnic, cultural, and regional lines. The Baltic republics, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, had long harbored aspirations for independence, their histories intertwined with European traditions of self-rule. As the winds of change swept across Eastern Europe, these nations began to mobilize, staging peaceful demonstrations and declaring their desire for sovereignty. In Moscow, such moves were met with a mixture of disbelief and resignation. For the hardliners in the Communist Party, any concession was seen as a threat to the very legitimacy of Soviet power. Yet, even as leaders clung to the hope of preserving a unified state, the momentum for separation was unstoppable. Political debates raged in the corridors of power. Senior officials found themselves caught between the desire to maintain a semblance of control and the pragmatic need to acknowledge that the old order was crumbling. In one fateful session of the Supreme Soviet, heated arguments broke out as representatives from various republics demanded greater autonomy and the right to self-determination. The debates, once tightly controlled by a single narrative, had become raw and passionate, a reflection of the collective pain and hope of millions. As each voice was raised in protest or in plea for reform, it became clear that the Soviet Union was no longer an unbreakable monolith but a mosaic of divergent identities, each seeking its own destiny. Gorbachev's attempts at reform, initially hailed as bold and visionary, soon met with unforeseen challenges. His policies of perestroika, restructuring, and glasnost, openness, were intended to revitalize the economy and democratize society. However, these same policies also unleashed a torrent of criticism and pent-up resentment. With increased freedom of expression came a surge of dissent that transcended ideological boundaries. Former dissidents, once forced into silence, now spoke openly of their grievances. The media, liberated from strict censorship, began to expose long-hidden scandals, from corruption among party elites to the grim realities of economic mismanagement. In cities like Leningrad and Kiev, protests erupted in public squares as citizens demanded accountability and change. The very reforms meant to strengthen the system were, paradoxically, hastening its collapse. As internal pressures mounted, external forces were also at play. The global political landscape was shifting, and the end of the Cold War was becoming increasingly likely. The fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989 sent shockwaves throughout the Eastern Bloc, signaling that the Iron Curtain was not impenetrable after all. Soviet leaders, long insulated by a web of propaganda and authoritarian control, now faced the undeniable evidence that the world was moving in a different direction, one where freedom, democracy, and market economies were gaining ground. The dissolution of communist regimes across Eastern Europe not only isolated Moscow but also undermined the ideological foundation upon which the Soviet Union had been built. In the final months of 1990, the situation reached a fever pitch. Republic after republic began to declare sovereignty, and the central government in Moscow found itself increasingly powerless. The 1991 coup attempt by hardline elements within the Communist Party, a desperate bid to reverse the tide, only served to accelerate the disintegration of the Union. The coup, which lasted just a few days, was met with widespread public resistance and was quickly quashed. However, its failure irreversibly shattered the remaining semblance of centralized authority. Leaders from Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, and the Baltic states seized the opportunity to push for full independence. The dream of a united Soviet Union, once carefully cultivated over decades, evaporated in the face of a new reality, a multitude of independent nations, each with its own future to shape. In Moscow, the political landscape had become almost surreal. What had been the epicenter of global communism was now a city in turmoil, its streets filled with both celebratory demonstrations and somber reflections on the end of an era. The final meetings of the Supreme Soviet were marked by a palpable sense of finality. In a historic session broadcast on television, leaders officially declared that the Soviet Union no longer existed, a statement that resonated with millions who had witnessed the rise and fall of a superpower. For many Soviet citizens, the dissolution was a moment of mixed emotions: relief that a repressive system was finally ending, grief for the loss of a collective identity, and anxiety about the uncertain road ahead. The impact of the Soviet collapse was profound and far-reaching. Former republics embarked on paths toward democracy and market reforms, though not without significant challenges. In some cases, the transition was marked by economic hardship and political instability. In others, it sparked a renaissance of cultural and national identity. New borders were drawn on maps, and old alliances were reshaped in the wake of the disintegration. Internationally, the end of the Soviet Union signaled the conclusion of the Cold War, a victory, for many, of freedom over authoritarianism, and ushered in a new era of global politics, one characterized by uncertainty, opportunity, and the reordering of power. For individuals like Natalia, Victor, and countless others, The collapse of the Soviet Union was deeply personal. It meant the end of a way of life that had been imposed for generations, but it also offered a chance to rebuild, to dream, and to reclaim identities that had long been suppressed. In the marketplaces of newly independent cities, people began to speak in their native tongues without fear of reprisal, to celebrate festivals that had been banned, and to engage in political discourse that was once unthinkable. The dissolution was not simply the end of a political system. It was the birth of new national narratives, each carrying the hopes and burdens of a turbulent past. As the dust settled on one of the most dramatic transformations in modern history, the legacy of the Soviet Union endured in complex and often contradictory ways. The achievements and tragedies of that vast experiment in state socialism became lessons for future generations, a reminder of both the potential for human ingenuity and the perils of unchecked power. In academic halls, public memorials, and the whispered stories of families, the rise and fall of the USSR continues to be dissected, debated, and remembered. The end of the Soviet Union marked not just the conclusion of a geopolitical era but also the start of an uncertain journey toward new forms of governance, identity, and economic organization. For the world, it signified the end of bipolarity, a shift toward a multipolar global order where power was diffused among many nations rather than concentrated in two superpowers. And for the millions who lived through those tumultuous years, it was a time of profound loss, hard-won hope, and the beginning of a new chapter in the long, winding story of human history. Legacy and reflections, the Cold War's impact on today. As the decades have passed since the final echoes of Cold War hostilities faded into history, the legacy of that era continues to reverberate in myriad ways. The Cold War was not merely a period defined by nuclear standoffs, proxy wars, and ideological battles. It was a transformative epoch that reshaped the world order, leaving an indelible mark on nations and individuals alike. Today, its influence is visible in international diplomacy, security policies, cultural exchanges, and even the way ordinary people view freedom and progress. One cannot overstate the impact of the Cold War on global geopolitics. With the collapse of the Soviet Union and the end of bipolarity, the world witnessed a dramatic reordering of power. New nations emerged from the disintegration of empires, and former adversaries found themselves having to navigate a new multipolar world. In Europe, the fall of the Iron Curtain led to a rapid process of democratization and integration, an evolution marked by the formation of the European Union, NATO's expanding role, and renewed debates over sovereignty and identity. Yet, even as these alliances solidified, echoes of the old divisions sometimes surface in political discourse and regional tensions, reminding us that history is never truly past. For instance, the legacy of nuclear deterrence, a cornerstone of Cold War strategy, continues to influence modern military policies. Nations today still maintain sophisticated nuclear arsenals, and the doctrine of mutually assured destruction, MAD, remains a somber reminder of the brinkmanship that once defined superpower relations. Diplomatic efforts to control arms and prevent the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction owe much to the lessons learned during that tense period. Treaties such as the Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty, START, and ongoing negotiations over missile defense systems are, in many ways, modern descendants of Cold War arms control agreements. Beyond the realm of politics and military strategy, the cultural impact of the Cold War is profound and far-reaching. The ideological confrontation between capitalism and communism sparked a fierce debate over what constituted freedom, progress, and human dignity, a debate that transcended borders and continues to influence art, literature, and film. Cold War themes have found their way into countless novels, movies, and television series, where shadowy figures, espionage, and high-stakes negotiations serve as metaphors for the struggles of modern society. Works like John le Carré's spy novels, films such as Dr. Strangelove, and even contemporary series exploring covert operations all draw upon the rich narrative legacy of that era. This cultural heritage not only entertains but also educates new generations about the complexity of international relations and the human cost of ideological conflict. The technological innovations spurred by the competition between superpowers have left a tangible imprint on everyday life. The space race, a dazzling chapter of the Cold War, transformed how humanity views the cosmos and our place within it. The technologies developed during that period, ranging from satellite communications and GPS to advancements in computer science and materials engineering, have become integral to the modern world. Today's global economy, powered by rapid information exchange and connectivity, owes much to the pioneering work that was motivated by a desire to outpace an adversary in the exploration of space. The economic dimensions of the Cold War also continue to shape the global marketplace. The intense rivalry between the United States and the Soviet Union spurred not only military spending but also significant investments in education, research, and industrial development. The competition catalyzed innovations in energy production, transportation, and even consumer goods. While the Soviet command economy ultimately faltered under the weight of inefficiency and rigidity, the lessons learned from its shortcomings have informed modern economic policies in post-communist countries. Today, nations emerging from the shadow of centralized planning work to integrate with global markets, embracing technology and entrepreneurial spirit to fuel growth, a transition that is both challenging and inspiring. On a more personal level, the Cold War has shaped the collective memory of entire generations. For those who lived through its most intense moments, the Berlin airlift, the Cuban Missile Crisis, the Vietnam War, the era is remembered as a time of profound uncertainty and resilience. Family stories passed down through generations recount tales of heroism, sacrifice, and the everyday courage required to navigate a world divided by invisible lines. These personal narratives have helped to humanize abstract historical events, making the lessons of the Cold War accessible to those who never experienced its direct consequences. Museums, memorials, and educational programs around the world continue to preserve and interpret this heritage, ensuring that the sacrifices made and the lessons learned remain part of our shared cultural fabric. The diplomatic legacy of the Cold War is particularly instructive. The cautious dialogue, back-channel negotiations, and ultimately successful arms control agreements of that period serve as models for addressing today's international challenges. In an era where emerging threats, such as cyber warfare, terrorism, and climate change, demand cooperative solutions, the spirit of détente and the willingness to engage with adversaries offer a beacon of hope. Leaders and policymakers often invoke the lessons of past crises to advocate for new forms of multilateral diplomacy, emphasizing that even the deepest divisions can be bridged through communication, compromise, and mutual respect. In today's rapidly changing world, the shadow of the Cold War reminds us that progress is never linear. The tensions that once defined global politics have given way to new forms of rivalry, yet the fundamental issues of security, freedom, and human dignity remain as relevant as ever. As nations grapple with economic inequality, political polarization, and the challenges of globalization, the Cold War's legacy offers both cautionary tales and inspiring examples of what is possible when nations choose dialogue over conflict. Take, for example, the current debates over international trade and technological competition. The rivalry between major economies in the 21st century, whether manifested in disputes over intellectual property, trade imbalances, or cybersecurity, echoes the strategic competition of the Cold War era. While the technologies and industries have evolved, the underlying dynamics of power, innovation, and economic influence remain strikingly similar. Modern policymakers, in many ways, are still navigating a world shaped by the remnants of Cold War structures, even as they seek to forge new alliances and redefine global norms. Moreover, the environmental challenges we face today, from climate change to resource scarcity, require a level of international cooperation that was once unthinkable during the height of superpower rivalry. The collaborative spirit that emerged during periods of détente, when nations set aside their differences to address common threats, offers a template for tackling these pressing global issues. In this context, the legacy of the Cold War serves as both a warning and an inspiration, a reminder that while ideological divisions can lead to conflict, the power of shared purpose can transform adversaries into partners. Ultimately, the Cold War was a multifaceted struggle, a contest of ideas, technology, and will that reshaped the world in ways that continue to influence us today. Its legacy is woven into the fabric of modern society, from the policies that govern international relations to the innovations that drive our daily lives. Reflecting on that era, we see a complex tapestry of triumphs and tragedies, of breakthroughs and setbacks, and of a collective journey toward a more interconnected and hopeful future. In classrooms around the world, scholars examine the Cold War not only as a historical event but also as a living lesson in the power of human resilience, the dangers of unchecked ambition, and the enduring importance of dialogue and cooperation. As new generations inherit a world transformed by the legacy of that conflict, they are challenged to build on its lessons, to strive for a future where the mistakes of the past are not repeated and where the promise of peace, innovation, and justice guides our collective destiny. The Cold War may have ended decades ago, but its impact continues to shape our world in profound ways. It stands as a testament to the enduring capacity of nations to rise above division, to innovate in the face of adversity, and to ultimately find common ground amidst the complexities of a globalized society. In the reflections of historians, the memories of those who lived it, and the ongoing evolution of international relations, the legacy of the Cold War remains an essential chapter in our shared story, a story that reminds us that while the tools and technologies may change, the fundamental human quest for freedom, security, and progress endures. Gorbachev's reforms, glasnost, and perestroika. In the mid-1980s, a palpable shift began to stir within the heart of the Soviet Union, a change driven not by external military might, but by a courageous attempt to reform a system that had grown rigid and stagnant over decades. At the center of this transformation was Mikhail Gorbachev, a leader who emerged with an unconventional vision, one that combined the need for economic restructuring, perestroika, with a radical new policy of openness, glasnost, in government, culture, and public life. Gorbachev's ascent to power was marked by an awareness of the deep-seated challenges that had long beset the Soviet system. The economy, once the envy of the world during the rapid industrialization of the early Soviet era, had fallen prey to bureaucratic inefficiency, technological lag, and an unsustainable commitment to military spending. Meanwhile, a pervasive atmosphere of censorship and political repression had stifled creativity and bred widespread disillusionment among citizens. Faced with these monumental issues, Gorbachev realized that the traditional model of centralized control was no longer tenable if the nation was to survive in an increasingly interconnected and dynamic world. Glasnost, which translates to openness, was Gorbachev's first bold step toward a more transparent and participatory political culture. The policy encouraged public debate, freed the press from the strict confines of state propaganda, and allowed Soviet citizens to question long-standing narratives. For decades, discussions about the failures of past policies, government corruption, or even the harsh realities of life under Soviet rule had been silenced. With glasnost, however, the walls that had long separated the state from its people began to crumble. Newspapers once beholden to official directives started publishing investigative reports. Intellectuals and artists found a newfound liberty to express dissenting opinions and revive suppressed cultural traditions, and public forums, once stifled by fear, blossomed into spaces for genuine dialogue about the future of the nation. One striking example of glasnost in action was the re-examination of historical events that had been obscured by propaganda. For the first time, citizens learned about the full scale of the human cost of policies like forced collectivization and political purges. In town meetings and university lectures, people discussed the mistakes of the past not with bitterness alone, but with the hope that understanding history might prevent its recurrence. This openness generated a wave of intellectual and cultural rejuvenation, a spirit of self-reflection that had long been dormant in a society where the truth was controlled by the state. Parallel to glasnost was the equally ambitious program of perestroika, or restructuring. Recognizing that economic stagnation threatened the very survival of the Soviet Union, Gorbachev sought to overhaul the centralized economic system. Perestroika was not a call for immediate abandonment of socialist principles. Rather, it was an attempt to inject flexibility, innovation, and efficiency into an economy that had long been mired in outdated practices. Gorbachev initiated reforms that allowed for limited market mechanisms, such as the legalization of private business ventures in certain sectors, and encouraged enterprises to respond to consumer demand rather than merely follow centrally dictated plans. These economic reforms were revolutionary in a system that had prided itself on the control of every aspect of production. For many Soviet managers and workers, the idea that a factory might experiment with new technologies or adopt practices borrowed from Western economies was both exhilarating and terrifying. The old order had long operated on the basis of quotas and predetermined outputs, and the prospect of competition, albeit carefully controlled, challenged ingrained habits. Yet, for a generation that had grown up with long lines for consumer goods and a chronic shortage of basic supplies, the promise of perestroika offered a tantalizing glimpse of a more efficient and responsive economy. The twin policies of glasnost and perestroika were not implemented without resistance. Many in the old guard of the Communist Party viewed Gorbachev's reforms with suspicion, fearing that too much openness could lead to the unraveling of the state's ideological foundation. Hardliners argued that any loosening of central control would invite chaos, undermining decades of accumulated power and potentially triggering a loss of national unity. Within the party, heated debates erupted as reformists clashed with conservatives who were determined to maintain the status quo. In many instances, these ideological battles spilled over into public discourse, as media outlets, newly free to report on political controversies, covered the internal rifts with unprecedented candor. For Soviet citizens, however, Gorbachev's reforms were experienced on a deeply personal level. Families who had lived for generations under a regime of silence suddenly found themselves able to speak openly about their struggles, their losses, and their hopes for the future. In a small provincial town, for instance, a factory worker named Alexei began keeping a journal, a practice that had once been forbidden. In his writings, Alexei recounted the everyday absurdities of life under rigid planning, the shortages, the bureaucratic red tape, and the frustration of seeing talented individuals sidelined by a system that prized obedience over innovation. His story, like that of countless others, became a symbol of the human desire for dignity and progress, a yearning that no amount of state control could completely suppress. At the cultural level, glasnost led to a revival of artistic expression that had been all but smothered during previous decades. Filmmakers, novelists, and musicians, who had long operated under the heavy hand of censorship, suddenly found themselves with a platform to explore themes that were once considered taboo. Cinema saw the emergence of films that grappled with the complexities of Soviet life, stories of moral ambiguity, of love and loss, and of the quiet rebellions waged by ordinary people against an oppressive system. These cultural works not only entertained but also educated the public, sparking debates in cafes, living rooms, and academic halls about the true nature of freedom and progress. Despite the initial enthusiasm for Gorbachev's reforms, the challenges of transforming a system as vast and deeply entrenched as the Soviet Union soon became apparent. The economic restructuring proved to be more complex than anticipated. While small-scale experiments in liberalization showed promise, the overall system was burdened by decades of mismanagement and corruption. The shift toward a more market-oriented economy was accompanied by painful adjustments, rising inflation, shortages in certain sectors, and an increase in unemployment as inefficient state enterprises were forced to compete in a new environment. For many, the transition was marked by uncertainty and hardship, as the promise of a prosperous future was tempered by the immediate costs of reform. At the same time, the newfound freedom of glasnost had an unexpected side effect. It unleashed a torrent of demands for political change. As people became more aware of the shortcomings of the Soviet system, through both domestic revelations and comparisons with the West, the pressure for further democratization grew. Nationalist sentiments, long repressed under the banner of Soviet unity, began to resurface among various ethnic groups and republics. Regions such as the Baltic states, Ukraine, and the Caucasus, each with their own distinct languages, histories, and cultural identities, began to question the legitimacy of the centralized Soviet state. What had begun as calls for greater transparency and economic efficiency soon evolved into demands for autonomy, and in some cases, outright independence. Gorbachev found himself in a delicate balancing act. On the one hand, he was committed to reforming the Soviet system in order to ensure its survival. On the other, he was acutely aware that too rapid a change could accelerate the collapse of a state that many still depended on for their livelihoods. In televised addresses and public speeches, Gorbachev stressed that his reforms were not intended to dismantle socialism, but rather to renew it, to modernize it for a world in which information and technology moved at an unprecedented pace. He appealed to the ideals of progress and innovation, urging his countrymen to embrace change even as they mourned the losses of the old order. The impact of glasnost and perestroika on Soviet society was profound. In classrooms, students began to learn about a more complex and multifaceted version of history, one that included both the triumphs and the tragedies of the past. In workplaces, long lines for consumer goods slowly diminished as factories experimented with new methods of production. And in the public sphere, the very act of questioning authority became a powerful catalyst for social change. For many, Gorbachev's reforms offered the first genuine hope that the Soviet Union could evolve into a society that balanced the ideals of collective responsibility with the demands of individual creativity and freedom. Yet, the transformative power of these policies also came with a price. The process of reform was fraught with tension and uncertainty, and the rapid pace of change often left institutions and communities struggling to adapt. The loosened grip of centralized control created a vacuum in which old grievances and historical injustices resurfaced with renewed force. In some regions, the outpouring of pent-up resentment contributed to social unrest and, ultimately, to the disintegration of central authority, a development that would have profound implications for the future of the Soviet state. As the mid to late 1980s wore on, it became increasingly clear that Gorbachev's reforms were not a panacea. They were a necessary, if imperfect, response to the multifaceted challenges facing a superpower on the brink of transformation. While glasnost and perestroika succeeded in opening up a long-closed society and sparking a cultural and intellectual renaissance, they also exposed the deep structural flaws that had long plagued the Soviet system. The hopes for a revitalized, modern socialism were gradually overshadowed by the stark realities of economic hardship and political fragmentation. In retrospect, the legacy of Gorbachev's reforms is complex and enduring. On one level, glasnost and perestroika represented an extraordinary attempt to reconcile a state's proud past with the demands of a rapidly changing world, a bid to harness the power of openness and innovation as a means of survival. On another level, however, these policies also set in motion a chain reaction that eventually led to the unraveling of the Soviet Union as it had been known. The opening of public discourse, the re-examination of history, and the introduction of market reforms all contributed to a transformation that was as revolutionary as it was painful. For many who lived through those turbulent years, Gorbachev's legacy remains a poignant reminder of both the potential for renewal and the inherent fragility of systems built on rigid control. His bold experiment in reform reshaped not only the Soviet Union but also the global order, leaving an indelible mark on international politics, economics, and culture. Even as the Soviet Union eventually dissolved, the lessons of glasnost and perestroika continued to influence debates about governance, freedom, and the role of the state in modern society. In the end, the story of Gorbachev's reforms is a testament to the power of leadership, vision, and the unyielding desire for progress. It is a chapter in history that challenges us to consider how societies can adapt to changing circumstances without losing the core values that bind them together. The courage to question, to innovate, and to embrace change remains as relevant today as it was during those transformative years, a legacy that continues to inspire future generations in their quest for a more open and equitable world. The new global order, from bipolarity to multipolarity. As the tremors of the Cold War's dissolution began to subside, the world found itself facing a profound transformation. The bipolar structure that had defined global politics for nearly half a century, dominated by the rivalry between the United States and the Soviet Union, was rapidly giving way to a new and more complex multipolar order. The end of an era did not signal the end of conflict or competition. Rather, It opened the door to a dynamic, interconnected world where power was increasingly dispersed among a diverse array of actors. In the immediate aftermath of the Soviet collapse, shockwaves reverberated through international institutions and national governments alike. Former adversaries, once locked in a contest of military might and ideological supremacy, were now forced to reimagine their roles on the world stage. The United States emerged as the sole superpower, but its newfound dominance was tempered by the realization that emerging economies, regional organizations, and even non-state actors were beginning to assert their influence in ways that could not be ignored. One of the most striking aspects of this transition was the reordering of alliances. NATO, which had been established as a bulwark against Soviet expansion, found itself recalibrating its mission in a world where the traditional enemy had vanished. Instead of a binary confrontation, the alliance was compelled to address a broader spectrum of security challenges, ranging from ethnic conflicts and regional instability in the Balkans to the rising threats posed by terrorism and cyber warfare. European nations, freed from the constraints of Soviet domination, embarked on ambitious projects of integration, leading to the gradual formation of what would eventually become the European Union. This integration was not merely economic. It was a deliberate attempt to forge a collective identity and a unified voice in global affairs. Simultaneously, the vacuum left by the Soviet Union's demise created opportunities for new regional powers to emerge. Countries like China and India began to chart their own paths toward modernization and global influence. China, having maintained a policy of cautious engagement even during the Cold War, accelerated its economic reforms and rapidly integrated into the global market. Its explosive growth and increasingly assertive foreign policy soon positioned it as a major competitor on the international stage, a dynamic that continues to drive geopolitical debates today. India, with its vast population and strategic location, likewise moved to enhance its role through both economic liberalization and diplomatic engagement. In many ways, the post-Cold War era became a proving ground for nations eager to redefine what it meant to wield power in a multipolar world. Economic globalization also emerged as a key driver in the reshaped order. With the ideological battles of the past largely settled, nations turned their attention to building interconnected economies. The liberalization of trade, the rise of multinational corporations, and advances in technology created a world where the flow of goods, capital, and ideas transcended traditional borders. Markets that had once been isolated by geopolitical barriers suddenly found themselves linked through complex networks of supply chains and financial systems. This new economic landscape brought with it unprecedented opportunities for growth, but also new vulnerabilities, as evidenced by financial crises that swept across continents in later decades. Amid this transformation, the nature of conflict itself began to evolve. The specter of nuclear annihilation, while still present, was increasingly overshadowed by other forms of competition. Economic disputes, cyber warfare, and regional power struggles took center stage. The tools of statecraft became more varied and nuanced. Diplomacy now often involved balancing economic incentives with strategic partnerships, and defense planning increasingly emphasized adaptability and resilience over sheer military might. The new global order was one where information played a critical role, a world in which digital connectivity and advanced communication technologies could both unite disparate communities and exacerbate tensions by exposing vulnerabilities. The legacy of the Cold War continued to influence these developments. Many of the institutions, treaties, and norms established during those decades were repurposed to address emerging challenges. Arms control agreements evolved into discussions about non-proliferation and cybersecurity, while international organizations like the United Nations struggled to adapt to a more diverse array of conflict scenarios. In some respects, the Cold War's emphasis on balance and restraint provided a useful framework for managing the post-Cold War transition. In other respects, the binary logic of East versus West proved ill-suited to a world characterized by fluid alliances and multiple centers of power. Personal stories from this era vividly capture the human dimension of the transformation. Consider the journey of Mei Ling, a young entrepreneur from Shanghai, who witnessed firsthand the dramatic economic reforms sweeping across China. Growing up in a society once tightly controlled by the state, Mei Ling experienced a renaissance of opportunity as the country embraced market principles. With the help of international investments and newfound technological expertise, she founded a startup that connected rural artisans with global markets. Mei Ling's success was emblematic of a broader shift, a move from isolation to integration, from a closed economy to one that was vibrant, competitive, and inextricably linked to the world beyond its borders. Similarly, in Eastern Europe, families who had endured decades of communist rule now found themselves confronting the uncertainties of rapid change. In a small town in Poland, an elderly man named Jan recalled how his community had once gathered in local meeting halls to quietly exchange discontent under the watchful eyes of state officials. With the fall of communism, those whispers evolved into open debates and bold demands for democratic reforms. Jan's story, filled with both nostalgia and cautious optimism, mirrors the experience of millions who had to rebuild their lives, identities, and futures in a newly free but unpredictable environment. The transformation of the global order was not without its challenges and setbacks. The transition from a bipolar to a multipolar world introduced a level of complexity that often led to instability. Regional conflicts erupted in places where historical grievances, economic disparities, and ethnic tensions converged. The wars in the former Yugoslavia, for instance, were a stark reminder that the end of superpower rivalry did not automatically guarantee peace. Instead, the power vacuum left behind sometimes fueled local ambitions and deep-seated animosities, resulting in conflicts that required delicate international mediation. Moreover, the rise of non-state actors added a new dimension to global security. Terrorist organizations, insurgent groups, and transnational criminal networks exploited the rapid changes in the international system. In an interconnected world, a spark in one region could quickly ignite a conflagration that transcended borders. These challenges forced policymakers to rethink traditional notions of sovereignty and security, leading to innovative approaches that combined military, economic, and diplomatic tools in ways that were previously unimaginable. In response to these multifaceted challenges, international diplomacy underwent a period of reinvention. Multilateral forums and regional organizations assumed greater prominence as platforms for addressing global issues. The G20, for example, emerged as a crucial venue for coordinating economic policies among the world's largest economies, while initiatives focused on climate change, public health, and sustainable development underscored the need for collective action in a shared environment. The realization that many of the problems facing the world, whether they be environmental degradation, pandemics, or cyber threats, transcended national borders helped to foster a spirit of collaboration even among traditional rivals. As the dust of the Cold War settled, scholars, policymakers, and ordinary citizens alike began to reflect on the lessons of that turbulent era. The intense competition between superpowers had taught the world valuable lessons about the dangers of unchecked rivalry, the importance of maintaining channels of communication, and the need for systems that could adapt to changing realities. These reflections have since informed efforts to create a more balanced and resilient international system, one that recognizes the interconnected nature of modern challenges and embraces the diversity of perspectives and experiences. Today, the new global order continues to evolve. While the United States remains a dominant force, the rise of emerging powers, the reconfiguration of regional alliances, and the rapid pace of technological change have all contributed to a more dispersed distribution of power. The world is no longer defined by a single, unipolar structure but by a mosaic of competing interests, values, and visions for the future. In this multipolar landscape, diplomacy is more important than ever, a means of managing differences, resolving disputes, and building bridges between cultures and nations that once found themselves on opposite sides of an ideological divide. In retrospect, the end of the Cold War and the emergence of a multipolar world represent both a triumph and a challenge. The dissolution of old barriers and the opening of new possibilities offer hope for a future marked by cooperation and shared progress. Yet, the legacy of the past also serves as a reminder that peace is fragile and that the struggle for a fair, just, and stable international order is ongoing. As nations continue to navigate this complex terrain, the lessons of the Cold War, the value of dialogue, the necessity of restraint, and the importance of adapting to change remain as relevant as ever. Ultimately, the new global order is a testament to humanity's ability to reinvent itself in the face of overwhelming challenges. It is a story of transformation, a journey from the stark binaries of the past to a future defined by nuance, multiplicity, and an enduring commitment to progress. For those who witnessed the Cold War, it is both a farewell to an era of rigid divisions and a cautious welcome to a world of boundless possibility. And for the generations that have come to inherit this new landscape, it is a call to build upon the hard-won lessons of history, striving to create a world where cooperation triumphs over conflict and where the promise of a better tomorrow guides every step. The digital Cold War, cybersecurity, information warfare, and the future of global competition. In the wake of the Soviet collapse and the reordering of global power, the battleground of international competition did not vanish. It transformed. While the Cold War was once fought with tanks, missiles, and nuclear deterrence, its aftershocks now resonate in the invisible currents of cyberspace. In the 21st century, a new era of conflict has emerged, one in which information is power, data is a prized asset, and the lines between civilian and military targets blur in a digital landscape. This chapter explores how the legacy of Cold War rivalries has morphed into what many now call the digital Cold War. The seeds of this transformation were sown during the waning years of the Cold War. Even as traditional espionage reached its zenith with human intelligence and covert operations, emerging computer technologies began to hint at a future where bits and bytes would become as crucial as physical weapons. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, as the world celebrated the end of bipolar confrontation, a quiet revolution was underway in the halls of academia and in research labs. Scientists and engineers, driven by the promise of the digital age, developed networks that would later evolve into the Internet, a medium that would soon append conventional ideas about communication, commerce, and, ultimately, warfare. As the Internet expanded, so did the opportunities for states to engage in cyber espionage and information warfare. In many ways, the tactics honed during the Cold War, secret meetings, coded messages, and covert surveillance, found new expression in cyberspace. Governments began to realize that a well-timed hack or a precisely engineered piece of disinformation could yield strategic advantages without the need for armed conflict. Thus, the digital domain became a natural extension of the Cold War's endless chess match, where every move was designed to outflank an opponent without triggering full-scale hostilities. One of the most emblematic episodes of this new era occurred in the early 2000s, when several high-profile cyber attacks and data breaches exposed the vulnerabilities of even the most technologically advanced nations. Cyber intrusions, once the stuff of science fiction, became a regular feature of global news. Experts began warning that the next great conflict might not be fought on battlefields but on the digital highways that connect our world. Nations like the United States, Russia, China, and even smaller countries rapidly built up their cyber capabilities, establishing dedicated units tasked with everything from protecting critical infrastructure to launching offensive digital operations. At the heart of the digital Cold War is the concept of cybersecurity, a modern shield designed to protect not only military secrets but also the personal data of millions of citizens. Cybersecurity now encompasses everything from securing power grids and financial networks to safeguarding democratic institutions against manipulation. The stakes are enormous. A successful cyber attack can disrupt entire economies, paralyze hospitals, and even influence the outcomes of elections. In this environment, digital resilience has become as important to national security as missile defense was during the height of nuclear rivalry. Consider the experience of Elena Ivanova, a cybersecurity expert based in Moscow. Growing up in a post-Soviet society, Elena witnessed firsthand the rapid digital transformation of her country. What began as a modest government initiative to computerize administrative functions soon evolved into a race against cyber adversaries. Elena's team was charged with defending critical government networks against increasingly sophisticated attacks. Each day, they worked to decode malicious software, trace its origins, and bolster their defenses, efforts that echoed the covert operations of earlier eras, yet were fought entirely with code. For Elena, the digital realm was not just a new frontier, it was a continuation of a legacy of intelligence, vigilance, and the constant struggle to stay one step ahead of an unseen enemy. Parallel to these defensive measures, information warfare has emerged as a potent tool of statecraft. In a world awash with data, narratives can be constructed and disseminated with unprecedented speed and scale. Governments and non-state actors alike now recognize that the battle for public opinion is fought as much in online forums, social media platforms, and news aggregators as it is in diplomatic negotiations. Disinformation campaigns, fake news, and targeted propaganda have become standard instruments in the arsenal of modern conflict. By manipulating digital narratives, actors can sow division, undermine trust in institutions, and destabilize societies without ever firing a shot. This shift towards information warfare carries with it echoes of Cold War propaganda but is far more insidious in its reach. During the Cold War, state-controlled media and carefully crafted messages were the norm. Today, the proliferation of social media platforms has democratized information, but it has also opened the floodgates for unverified, manipulated, or outright false narratives. For instance, during various election cycles around the world, digital campaigns have been accused of using algorithmic targeting and bot networks to skew public perception. The very tools that once celebrated free expression now serve as conduits for strategic manipulation. In this new digital arena, the adage "knowledge is power" has taken on an even more profound significance. The interplay between cyber capabilities and traditional geopolitical competition is reshaping alliances and rivalries. Nations once content to engage in conventional diplomacy now invest heavily in cyber research and digital intelligence. Strategic alliances have expanded to include cooperative agreements on cybersecurity protocols, information sharing, and joint responses to cyber attacks. Organizations such as NATO have established dedicated cyber defense units, and new international norms are being discussed to govern the use of cyber tools in conflicts. Yet, as much as there are efforts to institutionalize cyber cooperation, the inherent challenges of attribution, jurisdiction, and verification in the digital world make these agreements fragile at best. Moreover, the digital Cold War is not confined to state actors. Non-state entities, ranging from terrorist groups to hacktivists, play a significant role in the digital battlefield. These actors often operate in the shadows of the internet, exploiting its anonymity to launch attacks or spread provocative messages. Their activities further complicate the geopolitical landscape, blurring the lines between domestic and international security threats. For policymakers, the task of crafting regulations and responses that protect both individual freedoms and national security is an ongoing balancing act fraught with legal, ethical, and technological dilemmas. As we look toward the future, the implications of the digital Cold War extend beyond traditional notions of conflict. The rapid pace of technological innovation means that today's cyber strategies may soon be rendered obsolete by breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, quantum computing, or even entirely new paradigms of digital communication. With AI algorithms increasingly capable of generating convincing fake content and deepfakes that can mimic real individuals, the challenge of discerning truth from fabrication is only growing more acute. Nations are racing not only to secure their networks but also to develop offensive capabilities that leverage emerging technologies, a trend that promises to further transform the nature of conflict in the years to come. Yet, amid these daunting challenges, there is also room for optimism. The very disruptions that define the digital Cold War have the potential to catalyze greater international cooperation. As countries grapple with common threats like cybercrime, digital terrorism, and data breaches, there are opportunities to build frameworks for global governance in cyberspace, frameworks that emphasize transparency, accountability, and the protection of human rights. Collaborative initiatives, ranging from international cyber norms to joint research on digital security, hold promise for creating a more resilient and secure digital future. For the younger generation, the legacy of the Cold War is being reinterpreted in the language of the digital age. Educators, policymakers, and technologists are working to ensure that the lessons of past conflicts, about the dangers of unchecked rivalry, the importance of dialogue, and the power of resilience, are not lost amid the rapid evolution of technology. Digital literacy programs, cybersecurity education, and public awareness campaigns are crucial components of this effort, equipping citizens with the skills and knowledge needed to navigate an increasingly complex information landscape. The digital Cold War, with its blend of covert cyber operations, disinformation, and rapid technological change, is rewriting the rules of international competition. While it shares many parallels with its Cold War predecessor, such as the emphasis on intelligence, the pursuit of strategic advantage, and the constant balancing act between confrontation and cooperation, it is also fundamentally different. In the digital realm, the traditional boundaries of geography and time are blurred. A cyber attack launched from a remote corner of the world can have immediate, far-reaching consequences, challenging our conventional notions of sovereignty and security. Ultimately, the transition from a physical Cold War to a digital one is a reminder that the tools and methods of conflict evolve, but the underlying drivers, such as the quest for power, influence, and security, remain constant. As we move deeper into the 21st century, understanding and adapting to this new form of warfare will be essential for maintaining global stability. The legacy of the Cold War endures not only in the monuments and treaties that stilled at the geopolitical landscape but also in the ongoing struggle to define and defend the digital commons. For nations, organizations, and individuals alike, the digital Cold War represents both a formidable challenge and an unprecedented opportunity, a chance to harness technology for the betterment of society while vigilantly guarding against its potential for harm. As we reflect on this evolution, the lessons of the past serve as a guiding light. The importance of collaboration over confrontation, the value of transparency in governance, and the enduring need for dialogue in a world where the lines between friend and foe are increasingly digital. The Cold War in popular culture and collective memory. Even decades after the final missiles were silenced and secret meetings gave way to open forums, the legacy of the Cold War endures, not just in treaties and monuments, but in the stories that people tell and the cultural artifacts that shape our collective identity. The Cold War was not only a period of geopolitical tension and military might, it was also a time of profound creativity and ideological struggle that inspired a wealth of artistic expression. Today, films, books, music, and even video games serve as living museums, preserving and reinterpreting the complex narratives of a world divided by suspicion and united by the desire for progress. In the realm of cinema, the Cold War provided a fertile ground for storytelling that captured both the anxiety and the audacity of an era defined by the threat of nuclear war. Classic films like Dr. Strangelove and The Hunt for Red October used humor, suspense, and intricate plots to mirror the absurdities and perils of a world on the brink. These movies not only entertained but also educated audiences about the risks of ideological extremism. They painted vivid portraits of shadowy figures, double agents, and secret bunkers, symbols that continue to resonate with viewers who see them as metaphors for the fragility of peace. Today, as new generations discover these films, the aesthetic and narrative techniques of Cold War-era cinema serve as a bridge to the past, inviting viewers to consider how a balance of terror and diplomacy once governed global affairs. Literature, too, played a pivotal role in shaping the collective memory of the Cold War. Novels by authors like John le Carré, whose intricate spy tales delve into the moral ambiguities of espionage, offered readers a window into the secret world of covert operations and bureaucratic intrigue. These works of fiction, while thrilling and suspenseful, were also laden with real-world lessons about loyalty, betrayal, and the human cost of endless political maneuvering. In classrooms and book clubs around the world, discussions of these novels prompt readers to question the boundaries between right and wrong in a time when every decision carried the weight of global consequences. The music of the era provided another expressive outlet. From the rebellious rock anthems of the 1980s to the evocative classical compositions that underscored political documentaries, musicians captured the emotional landscape of the Cold War with passion and creativity. Songs became rallying cries for those yearning for freedom, while instrumental pieces conveyed the haunting specter of nuclear devastation. In underground clubs and major concert halls alike, the strains of Cold War-era music evoke memories of protests, hope, and the enduring human spirit, a reminder that even in the darkest times, art can offer solace and a path to renewal. Visual arts also emerged as a powerful medium through which the era's complex narratives were communicated. Painters, sculptors, and photographers documented the stark contrasts between the opulent displays of military power and the quiet resilience of ordinary citizens. Murals in Eastern European cities, for example, serve as living testaments to the struggles against authoritarian control, capturing the colors of dissent and the scars of division. These artworks are more than historical records. They are living conversations with the past, inviting viewers to reflect on the sacrifices made and the lessons learned during decades of ideological conflict. Museums and memorials play an equally crucial role in preserving the legacy of the Cold War. Institutions such as the Cold War Museum in Pennsylvania, the Museum of the Great Patriotic War in Moscow, and countless other exhibitions around the globe offer immersive experiences that bring history to life. Visitors walk through recreated bomb shelters, view declassified documents, and witness artifacts that once belonged to the leaders and soldiers who shaped the era. These curated spaces serve as bridges between generations, ensuring that the stories of fear, courage, and hope are not forgotten. They remind us that history is not a distant narrative confined to textbooks, but a living legacy that continues to influence our world. Beyond formal cultural expressions, the Cold War persists in everyday storytelling and collective memory. Families who lived through the era pass down personal anecdotes of long nights spent listening to news broadcasts that carried the constant threat of nuclear war. Grandparents recount tales of rationing, of huddling together during air raid drills, and of the small acts of defiance that punctuated an oppressive atmosphere. These oral histories, often shared over quiet dinners or in the gentle light of a nostalgic evening, are imbued with the bittersweet realization that even in times of uncertainty, humanity finds a way to persevere. In academic circles and public debates, the Cold War remains a subject of fervent discussion. Scholars dissect its causes, analyze its outcomes, and compare its legacy to the new challenges of the 21st century. Conferences and symposia bring together experts from diverse fields, political science, economics, sociology, and cultural studies, to re-examine the enduring questions raised by that era. How did the arms race alter the course of technological innovation? In what ways do the ideologies of capitalism and communism continue to shape political discourse today? These discussions are not mere intellectual exercises. They are vital explorations of how history informs our current policies, our global alliances, and our visions for the future. In recent years, the digital revolution has added another layer to the way the Cold War is remembered and reinterpreted. Online platforms, digital archives, and virtual reality experiences allow a global audience to engage with history in innovative ways. Interactive timelines, digital exhibitions, and immersive documentaries invite users to explore pivotal moments in Cold War history from their own homes. Social media campaigns and online forums facilitate discussions that bring together veterans, historians, and young people who are discovering these events for the first time. This digital engagement not only democratizes access to historical knowledge but also ensures that the lessons of the past continue to spark dialogue and inspire action. The influence of the Cold War on modern international relations is perhaps one of its most enduring legacies. The strategic concepts of deterrence, mutual vulnerability, and power balance, which were developed during those tense decades, continue to underpin contemporary security policies. Nations still maintain nuclear arsenals, and the cautious dance of diplomacy and brinkmanship is as relevant today as it was when leaders stood mere moments away from potential catastrophe. The frameworks developed to manage these immense risks have evolved, but the underlying principles remain a critical part of global governance. In this way, the memory of the Cold War serves as both a warning and a guide, a reminder of the perils of unchecked rivalry and the necessity of sustained dialogue. As we navigate the challenges of the modern era, from cyber warfare and climate change to the rise of populism and shifting geopolitical alliances, the cultural legacy of the Cold War offers both inspiration and caution. It challenges us to remember that the divisions of the past were not inevitable, that progress is possible when people choose to engage in honest dialogue, and that the resilience of the human spirit can overcome even the most formidable obstacles. The art, literature, and personal narratives that have emerged from that era remind us that history is shaped by both grand strategies and small acts of courage. They inspire us to approach current challenges with the same determination to seek understanding, to embrace innovation, and to work collectively for a more peaceful world. In reflecting on the Cold War's enduring presence in popular culture and collective memory, we come to understand that its impact is not confined to the pages of history books. It is woven into the fabric of our modern identity, informing the policies of nations, the dreams of individuals, and the cultural expressions that define our shared experience. As new generations inherit a world that is increasingly complex and interconnected, the lessons of the Cold War continue to serve as a powerful reminder of the importance of vigilance, empathy, and the enduring power of dialogue. In every film watched, every book read, and every conversation held about that tumultuous era, the spirit of the Cold War lives on, a legacy of both warning and hope, urging us to build a future where the mistakes of the past guide us toward a more enlightened and compassionate world. Conclusion: enduring lessons and the path forward. As the final chapter in this extensive exploration of the Cold War, we arrive at a moment of reflection, a time to take stock of an era that reshaped nations, redefined alliances, and left an indelible imprint on global society. The Cold War was not just a period of strategic maneuvers and high-stakes diplomacy, it was a crucible in which the ideas, aspirations, and fears of millions were forged into a new global reality. Today, as we navigate an increasingly interconnected yet volatile world, the lessons of that bygone era continue to offer guidance and caution. At its core, the Cold War was a contest of ideologies, a struggle between competing visions of society, economics, and governance. On one side stood the proponents of liberal democracy and free market capitalism, whose vision was built on individual freedoms, innovation, and the belief that open societies foster progress. On the other side, the communist bloc, led by the Soviet Union, championed a vision of collectivism, centralized control, and a promise of social equality. This ideological clash was not fought solely on battlegrounds or in the corridors of international summits. It was embedded in everyday life, in the art that moved people, in the literature that questioned authority, and in the silent fears that haunted families during air raid drills or missile alerts. One enduring lesson of the Cold War is the realization that competition between nations can be as constructive as it is destructive. The space race, for instance, spurred unprecedented technological breakthroughs, from satellite communications and global positioning systems to innovations in materials science and computing that have become the backbone of our modern technological society. These advancements demonstrate that even rivalry, when channeled into areas of scientific exploration, can lead to progress that benefits all of humanity. Yet, the same competition also reminds us of the precariousness of our security. The doctrine of mutually assured destruction, while ultimately preventing direct military confrontation, cast a long shadow of fear over the world for decades. The period of détente and arms control negotiations, such as the SALT treaties, illustrates another vital lesson. Dialogue and compromise can reduce the risks inherent in rivalry. When leaders on both sides of the Iron Curtain recognized that unchecked escalation could lead to mutual ruin, they opened channels of communication that eventually paved the way for more stable international relations. This willingness to negotiate, even in the midst of deep ideological differences, underscores the importance of diplomacy as a tool to bridge divides. Today, as nations face challenges from cyber threats to climate change, the imperative for open, honest dialogue has never been greater. Culturally, the Cold War spurred a flourishing of artistic expression that sought to capture the complexities of an era defined by both despair and hope. The films, novels, music, and visual art of the time not only provided commentary on political events but also humanized the abstract struggles of superpower rivalry. These cultural artifacts have become part of our collective memory, serving as both historical records and sources of inspiration. They remind us that even in periods of intense division, the human spirit finds ways to express resilience, creativity, and a longing for connection. As we look to the future, the power of cultural expression remains a vital tool in healing divisions and building bridges across disparate communities. Yet, the Cold War also teaches us about the perils of unchecked power and the cost of neglecting the human dimension in global affairs. The internal struggles of the Soviet Union, its economic inefficiencies, the burdens of military spending, and the stifling of individual creativity under centralized control, offer a cautionary tale about the limits of authoritarian governance. The eventual collapse of the Soviet system was not just the downfall of a superpower, it was a dramatic reminder that no system, no matter how imposing, is immune to the forces of change when it fails to adapt to the needs and aspirations of its people. This lesson resonates today, as nations around the world grapple with issues of inequality, corruption, and the challenge of maintaining social cohesion in rapidly evolving economies. In the post-Cold War world, the emergence of a multipolar global order has ushered in both opportunities and challenges. The United States may have emerged as the sole superpower immediately following the Soviet collapse, but over time, new centers of power have risen. China's rapid ascent, India's growing influence, and the reassertion of regional alliances in Europe and elsewhere have transformed the global landscape. The legacy of the Cold War persists in this new order, not as a relic of the past, but as a framework for understanding contemporary dynamics. The strategic balance, the importance of technological innovation, and the necessity of diplomatic engagement remain as critical now as they were during those tense decades. Furthermore, the digital revolution has introduced a new dimension to global competition, a digital Cold War, where cybersecurity, information warfare, and data protection are at the forefront of national security concerns. The sophisticated cyber strategies and disinformation campaigns that characterize today's geopolitical struggles are modern echoes of the covert operations and espionage that defined the previous era. In a world where the battleground is increasingly virtual, the lessons of restraint, vigilance, and the need for international cooperation in managing emerging technologies have never been more pertinent. Perhaps one of the most profound legacies of the Cold War is its impact on collective memory and public consciousness. For those who lived through its most perilous moments, the long nights of uncertainty during missile alerts, the stirring hope of peaceful revolutions in Eastern Europe, and the bittersweet celebrations of reunification, the Cold War remains a deeply personal chapter of history. These memories, passed down through families, museums, films, and literature, continue to shape how societies understand conflict, resilience, and the possibility of change. They serve as a reminder that history is not static. It is a living dialogue between the past and the present, informing the choices we make today. As we forge ahead into an era defined by both unprecedented technological advancements and complex global challenges, the enduring lessons of the Cold War provide a compass for navigating an uncertain future. They remind us that peace is fragile and must be actively maintained through dialogue, cooperation, and mutual understanding. They caution against the perils of unchecked rivalry and the human costs of conflict, while also highlighting the transformative potential of innovation and cultural expression. Most importantly, they underscore the fact that the fate of nations is inextricably linked to the well-being of their people. When governments prioritize human dignity, freedom, and progress, the prospects for a better future become infinitely more promising. In the grand tapestry of global history, the Cold War stands as a monumental chapter, a time when the world teetered on the brink of annihilation yet ultimately found pathways to reconciliation and renewal. Its legacy is a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring power of hope in the face of division. As policymakers, scholars, and citizens reflect on that era, they are reminded that the journey toward a more secure, just, and peaceful world is ongoing. The Cold War may have ended, but its lessons continue to shape international relations, inform domestic policies, and inspire individuals to work toward a future where the mistakes of the past are not repeated. Looking forward, the challenges that confront us, whether they be geopolitical tensions, the threat of cyber warfare, or the environmental crises of our time, demand a renewed commitment to the principles that helped avert the worst excesses of the Cold War. They call for leaders who are willing to engage in honest dialogue, invest in innovation for the common good, and prioritize the well-being of future generations over short-term gains. In this light, the Cold War is not simply a chapter to be remembered, it is a call to action, a reminder that peace, progress, and human dignity are collective responsibilities that require constant vigilance and collaborative effort. As we close this comprehensive exploration of the Cold War, we stand at a crossroads, armed with the wisdom of the past and faced with the promise of a future where cooperation triumphs over conflict. The lessons of that turbulent era, with all their complexities and contradictions, continue to guide us as we build a world that honors both our shared history and our collective aspirations. In remembering the Cold War, we honor the sacrifices made, celebrate the achievements realized, and reaffirm our commitment to a future defined by dialogue, resilience, and a steadfast belief in the power of human ingenuity.